Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
2 stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello, good afternoon, good morning, good evening to global fellows, men and women, gentlemen and ladies. children and all respected reverends and devas, gurus. This is Healing Our Earth. Rajiv Gupta, consultant from United Kingdom, welcoming you all to Healing Our Earth. This is 159th episode, and we are going to have a fantastic time on integrated healthcare. So let's start with a prayer. ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्. Let all be happy, healthy, and content. Sarve bhavantu sukhina, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschid dukbhag bhavet. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Let's pray to God and send us the healing to all our earth, all human beings, all living beings, animals, insects, and plants. Brahman, the universe, is sending the healing, the white light to us all, and it's coming. Imagine it's coming to our head, spreading to our brain, cleaning all the stress, the overburden, the problems that we have, which we are certainly capable of dealing, but are finding difficult. Spreading to rest of the body, the shoulders, the arms, to giving us power to do a lot more. And our arms are getting more stronger and stronger in order to create immense ability that we can deal with the physical problems and also spreading to our torso and legs, healing every part of the body, creating more power so that we can go anywhere we like, we can do anything we like, we can make our dreams come true. The universe is there to help us and support us. If we are willing to put our bit in, the universe will help to double the power and make it happen. With all that, let's pray to God. When we are ready, open our eyes and let's welcome our guests. We've got a day full of the program. Excellent. We will go from 2 o'clock and 6 o'clock. And we will have some very eminent speakers who really have done immense amount of work in their life. We're going to have a session on homeopathy, which is a very important part of the integrated health. As many of you might know, we have done several of these sessions time and time again on different part. Modern medicine or conventional medicine has a limitation. Yes, if you have got heart attack, if you've got acute problem, you will go to hospital. But for chronic pain, for diseases which are chronic, you have other modalities. And the idea is that we bring all of them together: homeopathy, Ayurveda, yoga, Tai Chi, hypnotherapy, aromatherapy, music therapy, dance therapy, everything together. Each one has got good to offer. So with that in mind, we have got a very eminent speaker. There is probably nobody who in India doesn't know name of Dr. Mukesh Batra. He has done immense contribution to homeopathy, and like cures like is the motto. He has produced immense amount of newer methods of treating in a simple and harmonious way, because body like harmony. Long ago, when I was doing my medical degree, I did spend time with a mission called Membalil Homeo Mission, and did my diploma in homeopathy. I'm not up to full speed, but I think what I liked about homeopathy is that there are smaller quantities, simple, easy pills, and that remove the chronic problems for it. And I remember from that time, law of minimum dose, and that is lower and slow and slow and slow kill the disease. So that was the case. And these are the original substances that work immensely. And I think it is time to hear from Dr. Mukesh Batra about his wisdom, about his contribution to this science, which is really good, and how we can bring together the gaps between the homeopathy and the conventional medicine or modern medicine or allopathy, because nothing is there, and how we can actually bring these together, but also the future. What is it now, where the problems have been, and what we can do all about it. So I think with that all, let's give a big round of applause to Dr. Mukesh Batra. Over to you, Mukesh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajiv, and a global namaste to everyone. Om Shanti Om. It's wonderful to be on your program, and I'm very happy to be on this platform. I know all the wonderful work that you all are doing. So thank you for having me here.
Can I start asking the question that when you say you have like decades of experience and I have done immense amount of work over 6 or 7 years, the problem that I find commonly is that these two sciences are very different in their approach. And commonly people don't like each other. If you go to allopathic doctor, he doesn't like homeopathy and doesn't say good things about it. You go to homeopathic doctor, he says, stop all these medicines, they are poisons. So that's kind of a dichotomy. What we want to do through our group of integrated healthcare is that we create increased tolerance, trying to understand each other and how we can bring it together. It's a difficult task, but if with your experience, where should we start joining the two together? And that might be a starting. So just share some thoughts, and then we will pull off your wisdom about, the people say about safety concerns. People talk about it's okay to use local medicines, but taking this, what is the strength, what is the purity, standards, how do we work it? I know it works well in Germany, that's where it was from, but currently Western world is not as keen and accepting it. What can we do in order to do so? These are a couple of questions just to start the conversation, and then you may share which conditions homeopathy works best, and then we will take it from there. So
Well, there's too many questions at one time, Rajiv. So let me start first with your first part of the question. You really spoke about how we can integrate the two systems together, or all other systems of alternative or complementary medicine together with mainstream medicine. I think this is not really a challenge. It used to be earlier, because many years ago, yes, there was a problem when there was a kind of a mental block, one against the other. But today it's all everything about cooperation, and it's about giving the consumer and the patient the best option that he or she can have for the kind of problem that he has. As you correctly said, that for NCDs particularly, which is non-communicable disorders, homeopathy has wonderful long-term solutions which are safe. And that's why lots of people are now turning towards homeopathy. Let me just say this also, that in all our clinics, we have about 150 clinics in India and over 225 all over the world. Almost 20% of our patients are medical doctors or their families. So this whole dichotomy that you spoke of is actually no longer true. Let me also give you some examples. For the last 10 years, we've been working outside an allopathic hospital in Bahrain, and we have a half a floor of Dr. Batras over there for homeopathy. So all chronic cases are referred to us, and we treat them successfully. Similarly, we were part of an orthodontic clinic because they found that lots of children, pediatric orthodontic, they were mouth breathers, and then they got tonsillitis, and then they had adenoids. Now we could treat that through homeopathy. So I'm just giving you examples to show you how conjunction helps to actually better the patient outcomes and actually helps the patient in the long run. Similarly, we also are part of a bariatric clinic, one of the because people were very anxious after they went for a surgery. Some of them got depressed. They were worried they'll put on weight again. And therefore, homeopathy helped in anxiety and depression of such patients. Similarly, we are presently also now tied up with a clinic in Athens, in Greece, which is one of the largest infertility clinics. And when modern treatments don't help, they then come to us for homeopathic solutions for infertility. And we are able to provide answers. So I've just given you some examples of what we have done at Dr. Batras through different clinics in the world to integrate medicine and to make sure that the patient and the consumer gets the best possible treatment from either system of medicine.
I think that's fantastic, and that exactly I believe in. And as you mentioned, that when there is no cure in allopathy, people turn toward homeopathy. And I was thinking, and doctors, and I know myself, that doctors are aware of the side effects of the conventional medicine when you take the drugs. And therefore, knowing that belief is there, that homeopathy practically, much easier, gentle, and very good. So I think that's fantastic to hear.
I would say here, Doc, I would say there are 2 points very clearly that you mentioned. Point number 1 is of safety. And the second point really is of holistic medicine. I think both these are very important as far as complementary medicine is concerned and homeopathy is concerned, why people are turning towards them. We all know that every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Okay, that was, the law of nature. But the same thing happens also with medicine. So when there is a reaction, when there's an action, there's also a reaction. And you know that 85,000 people die every year in America alone of drug-induced problems. Almost 300 people die every day of a drug-induced iatrogenic. There's a whole kind of medicine, thing which is called iatrogenic disorders. And there are now classified under them the disease that you get because of side effects of medication. And I think there's an understanding now of it, which is much greater as compared to what it used to be. So people are now looking, including the medical profession as well, they're looking for safer, long-term treatments, which can actually go to the root of the problem and not just suppress problems. So I think this safety angle is something which is very strong for homeopathy, and that's why people are turning. The second is, treating parts versus the whole. So, there's so much of specialization, and I say as a joke that, you have ENT surgeons, but very soon you'll be having a surgeon for the left nostril and another one for the right nostril as well, because that's the kind of super specialization, where the world is going. But it's in isolation with the rest of the body, and the body is a whole, and everything in the body is connected with each other. The mind, the psycho, the somatic. I mean, today there are so many psychosomatic problems in NCDs that, people who are stressed get backaches. People who are stressed get migraine. People who are stressed, we know, get asthma. They get allergies. So, dealing with them separately as different parts of the body and not in conjunction as a whole is what is today the gap in modern medicine. And this is what homeopathy kind of fills. And this is what people are looking for. So they're looking for safer, and they're looking for holistic medicine. And the third part is that they're actually looking for treatments which will not suppress, but will cure. So things which will go to the root of the problem, whether it takes long, whether it's chronic, but something which actually can, there's nothing really like cure. I always say it's a very relative word, but let me use the word long-term remission. Long-term remission can also be a lifelong remission. It can even be for patients who never get the problem again during their lifetime. That is for me a cure. And I think homeopathy provides that in cases of asthma. For example, we say that if you have asthma and then if it's seasonal, for example, you get hay fever, which is seasonal allergies again, allergic rhinitis. We say that at least you try 2 seasons of medication. Once you've gone through 2 seasons and you don't have the sneezing, you don't have hay fever, you don't have asthma, you're kind of considered cured. I'm saying that's the thumb rule. So having put these kind of protocols together, I believe that homeopathy offers safe, long-term, and holistic solutions for problems which modern medicine cannot deal with. And that is why it is growing at the fastest rate in the world. According to World Health Organization, it is growing 25% back to back for the last 5 years versus pharma, which is growing 10%. It's in India as well. There are already 100 million people who use homeopathy daily for their day-to-day problems. I'm not talking about just chronic problems. There are 500 million people all over the world who are using homeopathy regularly for their problems, and they depend on it. So, and of course, you said that it started from Germany, which is true because it was a German doctor who started homeopathy from there. And it came through India through the court of Maharaja Ranjit Singh, and that's a very interesting story as well. But maybe that for another time. But, the fact of the matter is that homeopathy in India has the largest number of homeopathic followers and the largest number of homeopathic practitioners in the world. There are 300,000 homeopathic doctors in India. This is the largest in the world. And like I said, there are 100 million followers of homeopathy, which is also the largest in the world. However, the commercial market for homeopathy is the largest in France. And then, of course, in Germany and UK, and then in India. So that's because that is full of OTC products. So you don't have so many doctors practicing homeopathy in Europe, but you have products being displayed and sold through Boots and through other kind of outlets, which are kind of OTC products. So you can pick up off a shelf a migraine formula and a backache formula, which is actually against the principle of homeopathy in many ways. But I would say it's good for mass consumption. It kind of adds to the popularity of homeopathy, and more people can use it because everybody doesn't have time to go to a doctor, and everybody doesn't have time to go through an entire 1 hour or 2 hours of a complete analysis when you go to homeopath. The kind of time that it takes and the kind of money that it takes, much easier to just try something OTC for the time being.
I think that is fantastic, and I'm amazed. I'm a converted person.
Thank you so much. I hope there are a few other million people like you are listening on to this program, and they also get converted. It's wonderful. But every one person counts. So because for me, it's a mission. And every one person that can convert to homeopathy or believe in it strongly can spread it to other people. And that is also the purpose of Heal the World. I'm saying we're actually healing the world 1% at a time.
True, absolutely. And I hope before end of the session, we have got like a campaign to really run through, and each one person speak to 4 more people. It will probably not take a long time.
That's true. That's the power of one.
Absolutely. And this is global, so it's not like limited to one place, and it's not going to be just available now, people who are listening, but also it will be stored. Currently, it is kind of going through all YouTube Live, Facebook Live, Zoom, Periscope, Twitter, everywhere, and it's going to be actually available as a recording on our Healing Our Earth website, also on YouTube. And we hope that people will continue to watch and get the wisdom that there is a good place and we can help. Not one branch of medicine or healthcare is perfect for all.
So I agree with you totally. And what I'd like to say is that every system of medicine has its advantages and every system of medicine has its limitations. So modern medicine has its advantages as well. I'm not saying that it is not good. We've all benefited from it at some time or the other. Our patients have benefited from it. But having said that, it also has its limitations.
Yep.
And therefore, as far as the consumer is concerned or the patient is concerned, he or she should get the best from every system of medicine. Like I said, for NCDs, homeopathy has a much, much better answer compared to allopathy, which really doesn't have answers. It's very limited. and it's only suppressive, and it's only temporary, and it's not holistic, it's localized. So, which is why I'm saying that for certain disorders like allergies, like asthmas, like hair problem, like skin problem, like psoriasis, vitiligo, infantile dermatitis, eczemas, whatever there are so many of skin problems which are so difficult to treat and which are only suppressed by local applications and ointments. Homeopathy goes to the root and treats it. And also psychosomatic problems, also anxiety, depression, OCDs. These are things which are very, very well treated through homeopathy. And therefore, I would really like that people from all systems of medicine come together to actually validate this. One of the things that I learned, Doc, at age 60, I was one of the oldest students in Harvard, and I did a course in medical excellence. And one of the things I learned over there is that it was not me as a homeopath. I was the only homeopath there. There were other, multi-specialty doctors from all over the world. And what I learned was that the biggest challenge was, how do you measure medical outcomes? So, I think the problem comes that if a homeopath says that I don't have a measurable outcome and it's only subjective, and modern medicine today wants everything to be objective and it wants to be measured. So one of the things that I've done for my company at Dr. Batra's is, for the last 10 years, we've been building measurable medical outcomes and set medical protocols for all the diseases that we treat. Now, this is something which nobody can question, because you have a before and after, not which is subjective, but something which is objective. To give you an example, for example, if you're an asthmatic, we took that as an example earlier, we then have a computerized pulmonary function test. So it's not just important that your dependence on allopathic medicine goes down, on your bronchodilators or your corticosteroids or whatever you're using, or your inhalers, it goes down, and that you're free from it, but also that your breathing capacity goes up. So this is actually monitored at the beginning of the treatment and at the end of the treatment. So once your breathing capacity goes up, then you know that you're really far better as compared to what you were earlier. And this is really what all medicine should be about. It should be measurable, and all outcomes should be measured. We do exactly the same for a very simple thing. Let me give you another example. A simple example of hair loss. Hair loss is not cosmetic. There are 40 medical reasons for hair loss, and we don't treat it as a cosmetic problem. I don't believe you can go to a hairdresser and get your hair loss problem sorted out. You need to go to a trichologist. You need to go to a doctor. You need to go to a specialist. My son is a trichologist. He's a homeopath as well, and he's brought in lots of professional, technology, as well as measurable outcomes as far as hair loss is concerned. So, for example, if it's women, we have seen there are 3 commonest causes for hair loss in women. And, it's becoming very, very predominant nowadays all over the world. Number 1 is anemia. So unless we check the ferritin level, and unless it goes up, we know that that patient is not really going to get sustainable hair growth. Number 2 is thyroid. And we've now found that a lot of men also have thyroid. When we test them, we find that even men who are losing hair also have a thyroid problem. And the third, of course, in case of women, is PCOD. Whenever we find a little bit of acne, a little bit of hair on the chin, irregular periods, we get a sonography done, and we then find that there are polycystic ovarian disorders. And of course, at the end of the treatment, you check again, do a sonography, USG, to check whether the cyst has disappeared or not. So I'm saying these are all measurable outcomes, and you use current diagnostics to prove that it's actually gone and that it actually works, and it's objective and it's not just subjective.
I think that's fantastic, and that exactly is a useful point I was trying to bring, and I'm glad that you have touched upon. Because say, for example, in hair loss, there is no proper cure in allopathic medicine. And yes, you can give minoxidil, etc., which does help. But
but then it gives rise to hypertension, it gives rise to impotency. I'm saying I don't know which male would like hair on the head and not be able to perform. So, I'm saying that's a really a challenge. And again, like I said, local treatments are only temporary. One really, literally, as far as hair loss is concerned, one needs to go to the root of the problem. Okay, and no pun is intended.
So would you share actually what would you do? I think it'll be very interesting to our audience, and me being kind of on the health producer for Healing Our Earth, it might be a gift we can give to people so that they can use things like what you're suggesting, and then obviously contact you when they are. But again, it's one of those things, knowledge is power. So let's give some benefit to the people who are attending here.
Sure. Knowledge is power, but it's power in the hands of the right people. So,
Okay.
we don't want it to be misused, and we don't want people to self-treat themselves.
Let's give some caution.
But yeah, so I think that's something that's a very important thing. But basically, we also have an online portal, especially for UK. We have something called a virtual clinic where one can just log in, at www.drpatas.com and actually go and get advice from doctors live at any given time. And it's free for use for everybody. And the consultation is only kind of, I think, £10 or something, for a full consultation, which is about an hour or so for any professional problem. But having said that, the basic thing really is this, that, you've got to really start looking out. Okay, somebody just, put on a website for people to watch, but you can do it at your own convenience. Like I said, it's www.drpatas.com, and you can get also talking to doctors, and you can understand what are the products that we have as well, and how do we treat hair loss and other things as well, and all other diseases as well. But having said that, I think a lot of the problems are lifestyle, and therefore any problem which is lifestyle changes are also required. So, for example, if I look very simply at hair loss, like I said, the first thing that I would look at is nutrition. Because if you're not eating well, and today's world, lots of people are dieting, and they're doing kind of very extreme dieting. And we find this not only women, but also in men. So because of nutritional deficiencies, obviously, the hair starts falling. So the first thing to do is to actually replace that. Now, we have a very good product called NutriGood, which is actually a kind of a high protein powder, which we've developed. And it's available on the net, on Amazon as well. So, basically, this is something which is very useful. And by taking that and replacing your nutritional gaps for a period of about 3 months or so, you actually then start, your hair loss stops, and we actually start growing hair back again. So this is an example I'm giving you that, one thing is, in any case, you should eat well. So if you eat warm, home-cooked meal, and you saw this happening also in during COVID time, that, one of the biggest things to build immunity was to eat warm, home-cooked meals. Today, we are eating on the run. We are eating while walking. We are not sitting and eating. Our meals are not proper. They're not nutritional. They are fast food, and we're actually running with fast food, which is the worst thing. So there's nothing like actually having a quiet dinner or a family dinner over a table, and fresh cooked food at home is really the best. And in India, we believe in that ahar, and ahar is very important in Ayurveda, as you say, but also in homeopathy, the kind of food that we eat. And that's why we always believe that the Indian thali is always the most nutritious, because it always has different elements of taste. So you have 7 tastes, sweet, sour, salt, etc. Now, when you go to an Indian thali, you'll already find a little bit of pickle, you'll find a little nimbu, lime, you'll find a little bit of salt, and you find a little bit of sweet over there as well, just to excite your taste buds so that you can start having a good appetite, So eating well is the first thing that's very important for controlling hair loss. The second thing, of course, very important, which people don't realize, is sleeping well. When I was doing research for my book, 13 Steps to Bloody Good Health, I started the chapter, my first chapter starts with sleep. And I did it for 2 reasons. Number one, the research showed me that more than 90% of people in India are sleep deprived. And this was not during COVID. This was, even before that. This book of mine came out about 4 years ago. And it was a bestseller. It's co-authored by Ashwin Sanghi. And one of the things I did was, it's the quality of sleep, it's the hours of sleep, it's the timing when you sleep. All of that is very important. And people are actually sleep deprived, and the quality of sleep is very poor. So you need to sleep well. Now, if you sleep well, then you will become healthier. That's very important. And we seem to miss out this part. The third part, again, is mental stress and positive thinking. So living a happy life, living a purposeful life, giving to society, integrating with people, not just looking at your mobile phone and, getting withdrawn, and, actually reaching out to people. I'm saying it was actually discovered that, people who actually talk to other people, including your liftman, your washman, your driver, if you just say hello to people who are around you, your core staff members, you'll actually live a healthier and a longer life. Now, it's important that we communicate with people. It's important that we integrate in society. Now, all of this, we all know, for example, that one part of hair loss, which is called alopecia areata, it actually is an autoimmune disorder, and it actually comes because of stress. So people who have stress are more prone to alopecia areata, which are those patches of hair loss. And people who are mentally relaxed are less likely to get it. So mental conditioning is also very important. So, eating well, sleeping well, exercising a bit, and of course, mental compassion, purpose in life, and a calmness with everything that you do is very important, not just for, keeping your hair on the head, but also for keeping all other diseases away.
Wonderful wisdom, because as you mentioned that it's not just one thing, it is about how we can bring the whole lifestyle changes, because I know that there has been a lot of changes in the way people live. Our elder people lived in nature, connected to nature, green life, no husbands, there were no social media, there were no interruptions, no emails, no WhatsApp. People were in peace. Now
And
I know.
You spoke about the future of medicine. So I just want to highlight this point, something to what you said. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but what happened was that earlier disease was singular in origin and in nature. So what happened is you fell sick because there was a bacteria. You fell sick because you had a virus. You fell sick because a single point invading substance that made you sick. Today's sickness is multifarious. Okay, it is not because of one thing. It's not because of just a bacteria or especially chronic problems. There are many reasons for it. So it could be social reasons, it can be economic reasons, it can be psychological reasons. I've treated patients even for economic reasons. For example, I've seen that poverty is the biggest disease. So people who don't eat enough, who don't have money, not just for healthcare, but even for normal living, are people who are more prone to fall sick. They are the people who get. You find tuberculosis more common in such people, and we find that it's a research figure. Absolutely. I remember a very interesting case of a young man who came to him in the charitable clinic about 45 years ago when I started my practice. And it was a very interesting case. He came, complaining of vertigo. And, he had severe vertigo. He couldn't sit. He would just kind of fall down. And he lost his balance. He couldn't walk at all. And then, of course, doctors had told him that, do a MRI, do a CT scan, do an X-ray, do whatever, blah, 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 the usual stuff. Do a whole body checkup. But on taking history, I realized that he was thrown out of his house by his father because he fell in love with another girl who was outside the caste, and the family didn't want him to do anything with her, so they threw him out. And this young man used to actually sleep in the library and not eat anything. So actually, he was hypoglycemic, and so all he had to do was to eat a little bit of sugar, some sugar pills, have a cup of tea outside, which I told the chai wala over there that please give him at my cost, and he was completely cured after that. He didn't need anything else. So sometimes, in medicine also, we overlook the smaller reasons and we start looking only at the bigger and the more difficult reasons. I think always start with something small, start with the simpler reasons, and then go to the bigger reasons. And like I said, today disease has become multifactorial. It's not just one. It's a mixture of all kinds of things together. Many, many, many reasons. Whether it's social, whether it's divorces in the family, whether it's mother-in-law, daughter-in-law problems, saas bhi kabhi bahu thi, we say, and whether it's mental, whether it's money problem today, people don't have money to eat. In many parts of the world, hunger is now becoming a big thing. Even with money today, with the Ukraine war being there, food scarcity are going to hit the world. Water scarcity is already there. So there are lots of such things which are really, really responsible for sickness and for ill health in the world.
I think you are absolutely right. And that brings me to what I read long ago. I think it was a chap called Galen. He said that physician or doctor is only nature's assistant. So it's nature that is going to cure the disease or ailment. We are vehicle in order to take from where they are to the healthy situation. And if we address
by the body for the body, that's the line I say. You heal by the body for the body. So the body heals itself, but you have to allow it to be healed rather than drug it, rather than complicate life. rather than just allow it to be healed. I mean, a lot of diseases are self-limiting and they heal themselves. And intervention, a good doctor is one who intervenes only at the correct point of time and not who intervenes unnecessarily.
I think that's a very, very, very wise situation. I used to say it for surgeons because we are medical people. So I'm a pediatrician, but having that. So I said only allow surgeon to cut when we think it is appropriate. So using knife is not a big deal, but when to use knife is a bigger deal.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I totally agree.
So I think there is so much wisdom in what you have said. And I was thinking that if we move on to, say, for example, you mentioned about anxiety and depression. So we talked about the hair loss, which was excellent. Let's think of the anxiety and depression. What would you say about that? I know there is increasing mental health conditions, mental health problem and mental health burden is going up in UK and most part of the developed world. What would you say about it and how you think we can tackle it, particularly in homeopathy?
So let me divide your question into 2 or 3 different parts.
Yeah.
The first part is that why is it there are so many anxieties? So number one is there's too much of pressure. There's too much of peer pressure for young people. Teenagers have so much of peer pressure today. If somebody else is vaping, somebody else is smoking, somebody else is drinking, I also need to do it. If somebody else is buying a new dress, I also need to buy a new dress. If somebody else is standing first, everybody can't stand first, but I also must stand first. There's so much of peer pressure. There's so much of parental pressure. And there's so much of also academic pressure by institutions as well. Every institution wants that their child should stand first in the university. That's not possible. I started a clinic in Mauritius in 1996, and it was a big learning for me. The learning for me was this: that Mauritius is such a beautiful country. It's so pristine, beautiful beaches, and I thought it'll be really the happiest country in the world. But when I started treating patients there, I found that was not true. I found that it had the highest number of suicides in young people in the world. Now, could you imagine this? Of course, I'm talking about the 90s. Now things must have changed. But this is how it was. Now, why was this there? It was there because they had no high school and they had competitive exam in the 5th standard. So only people who would pass the 5th standard could then get into a college, could get into higher education, forget about a college. So can you imagine the pressure that 5th standard children had to succeed? And a lot of them, when they failed, they then committed suicide. So I think the one reason of this anxiety is really peer pressure, parental pressure, academic pressure, competitiveness in everything that we do, including our jobs. I mean, we have to outsource somebody else. I think we should only compete with ourselves. That's what I believe. I've always competed with myself. I mean, I don't care what the world is thinking and what they're doing. As long as I'm doing better today than what I did yesterday, I'm a happy person. And I think we need to all inculcate this. Then our anxiety will become much, much better. The second thing is, as far as depression is concerned, some of them are also drug induced. A lot of them are lifestyle induced because of the kind of friction that we have in the way we are living. We have now families which are living, what we call dinks, double income, no kids. We have people living a very lonely life. We have old people who are kind of isolated, and therefore they suffer from a lot of depression. I remember that when we still run, but when I used to practice in London, in the clinic over there, I used to have so many old people coming just to talk to me. I mean, they said we have nobody to talk to because our children are out the whole day and they don't have time to talk to us. And they've got us from villages in Punjab and wherever else. But right now we are comfortable, but we have nobody to speak to. And so a lot of depression also happens because of isolation. The other thing also that's very important, particularly post-COVID, is a sense of loss. I'm saying we all know, and we all have seen someone in the family or friends or in our close group where we lost somebody due to COVID. And it's very difficult to get over this sense of loss. So let me give you 3 very simple homeopathic medicines which can help you. Number one is for anxieties. There's a simple medicine called Califos. It is a biochemic medicine. In 6x potency, you can take 2 pills 2-3 times a day and it'll calm you down. It's a calmer, but it's not addictive. So you don't have to worry about it. It has no side effects and it has no addiction. The other thing, as far as loss is concerned, like I said, we all suffered from loss in some way or the other. If it's an immediate loss, then a medicine called Ignatia 30 is very useful. So it will help you to kind of calm you down. It will help you to overcome that grief that you had. However, if it's a chronic grief, if something happened many years ago, like I've had patients saying, I've got a migraine ever since my father died 10 years ago, then that's not ignatia, then that is natriumur, a medicine prepared from salt. So taking that will then help you to overcome your depression. Of course, it's a complicated thing. Like I said, it's multifactorial, and you will actually need to go to a proper qualified homeopath to understand and analyze your case and then give you the specific remedy that you actually need. But what I've told you are just some examples of how homeopathy can actually help you in cases of anxiety and depression.
I think that's really wonderful. The other thing which again is becoming more, and again, I would just re-emphasize the infertility, because people are getting older, they are career oriented, lifestyle is very different, and people are not keen to be married earlier, they have got later marriage, they have got their own lifestyle stress, and infertility is more common now than it used to be before. So a lot of that is there. However, I just wanted to touch upon that and have your views on that.
So let me mention whatever I can. Again, I'm saying it can't be a diagnostic chat, and like this we'll go on till tomorrow morning, because there's so many diseases that we need to talk about. But maybe we need to do some for another day as well, Rajiv. But anyway, since you touched this topic, it's a very, very valid point. Again, I divide this into social problem and medical problem. So social problem, there are late marriages, there is stress, so there's no conception. There's no time for sex actually. Okay, because you're so tired by the end of the day that you want to get in bed with yourself, not with your partner. So I'm saying these are reasons. Obviously, how do you conceive them? So these are social reasons for this. Now let me come to medical reasons. The medical reasons are very clearly two. One is in the case of men, and the other is the case of women. In the case of men, and this is what I've seen with my practice, is that at least in India, it's always believed that the male will never do a test and will always say that no, it is always the wife who should do it, or my partner should do it. The lady should do it, not the guy. Even in cases of sterilization, the women has to be sterilized, while for the male it's really a very simple operation. But he won't do vasectomy, but will sterilize the female. Now the same thing happens in infertility. With a lot of experience that I have in treating such people, the first thing I have to do is to convince the male that, boss, first you test yourself. Because most of the time, even though it's not 50-50, I would say it's 70-30. The problem is oligospermia. The problem is low sperm count in a male. Again, now there are different reasons for this, because we are chemically exposed. We are eating all the wrong kind of food. Our food pumped, our animals are pumped in with steroids, antibiotics, even the plants and have pesticides in them. So whatever we are eating is, and even the atmosphere is actually lowering our sperm count in generations to come. So obviously the chances of conceptions are poor. So the motility of sperms has gone down, the number of sperm count has gone down, and homeopathy actually has answers for this. We have treated many cases of infertility. So when the male has got a low sperm count, or oligospermia as medically called, with homeopathic medicine we can actually raise it. And again, you can test it. You can again test the sperm count, and you can see that it's actually gone up after 6 months of homeopathic treatment. So this is one part of the problem. Now the other part of the problem is on the ladies' side. Now unfortunately on the women's side, it's a Pandora's box, because that's not one. There are multiple reasons. There are just too many. And that then gets a bit complicated. But again, the simplest ones are polycystic ovaries, which are not so difficult to treat through homeopathy, So if you look at the simpler things, a lot of it is dyspareunia also, painful sex. It also has to do with psychological problems of non-compatibility between partners. We see all of this. So therefore, counseling, couples, giving them homeopathic medicine. Here what I believe is, it's not just one person, but both partners need to be treated. And this is the mistake that people do. They only treat one part and they say, no, just treat my husband or just treat the wife. I think you need to treat both in cases of infertility.
Wonderful. So I think that's so good that, and I know that there are many people who just jump onto medications, and that is not the treatment. Treatment is thinking about it. What are the underlying factors, how we can address that. And if that is not going to solve the problem, then we move to the next step, which include the medications, and medication is not the answer. And that's why I was thinking there is a lot of way to synergize, because in medical as well, it should be the fundamental that look for the cause first and then move on to the medication. Same is homeopathy, same is an Ayurveda. And I'm thinking is where we can bring the synergy and how we can bring that collision into a collaboration. And I know you are much more open-minded than many of your colleagues, and that's why you've grown big. But
it's a matter of fact. I'm just happy to let you know that coming in the coming years, the Indian government has now insisted that there will be a short course of modern medicine for homeopaths and Ayurvedic doctors, and similarly there will be a short course for homeopathy and yoga for allopathic doctors as well, because they also have to be sensitized to other systems of medicine, and they must also know what is good for their patients in the future. So it's going to start at the education level. So I'm sure in the next 10 years, perhaps we'll be talking differently, and we'll be not opposite each other. We'll be on the same side.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad, because that exactly was the point I was trying to bring together, because in the new treaty, which is between Indo-UK collaboration, Ayurveda homeopathy is well, Ayurveda and yoga is already included. I think it's part 5 of that, and homeopathy is there as well, and it's, I think, in World Health Organization as well. I was talking to some other speakers as well today. So I think that is the right way, because if we don't understand each other, how we can like or dislike each other, because if we don't know, there is no way. And if there is exposure to each other during the basic qualification, then people will know, yeah, that science is good in this science is good in, and my aim is to produce a toolkit so that there is everything in there, and patient can choose, okay, this is what is right for this is right for this, and there is some evidence base. So we are not quacks, we are qualified health practitioners. And that's why through this umbrella organization, the International Organization of the Integrated Health Practitioners, we are trying to bring that harmony together and then work together, so that at the end each of us want, and we have taken oath to benefit the patient. If we keep our focus there, then we will work together. We will bring everything that we can do within our remit to bring that. I think that is, in my view, one of the best service that we can do to humankind. And if that can happen in our lifetime, it's going to be a big achievement. So we will really appreciate, and probably have a separate talk to you, a bit more discussion about bringing those. I was thinking that in view of people really asking lots of those questions to me, and I was thinking that while you are on forum here, that can we have something which is like, this is a, like people in, say, for example, you said in France, over the counter, which ones should be allowed, which ones should not be allowed? And I think when I'm saying it globally, because I know there are people in some parts of the world who are not fully literate. There are some parts where people are very literate, and this Dr. Google has done a very different job. I'm not saying good or bad. Everybody has become a doctor. Anything happens, goes.
Now there's a better doctor. He's called Dr. WhatsApp. The kind of messages that floating all over. I mean, it will just absolutely make you laugh and make you cry as well.
Yeah.
They're totally unscientific, and they are, by well-meaning people, who just, believe that they're just trying to be nice and helpful, but they don't know the kind of damage they are causing by forwarding messages which are totally unscientific.
I was thinking, so that is one part, but I was thinking, from you have done, and probably we'll talk again, the scientific way, as you mentioned, that there is a data before and after treatment, so that becomes an evidence base. So if we can have the evidence base from each healthcare discipline, we will be able to really go with a very confident manner that, look, here is the toolkit. here is the condition where it works. Not everything works in everywhere. Here is you choose, you try what you want to try first, then go to the second step and third step. And I think that will be a good
I'd
solution.
I'd like to mention here that a few years ago, I was invited to the House of Commons to give a talk, by the All Parliamentary Party Committee, and I told them the same thing. I said that to all the kind of parliamentarians who were there from different parties, I said, you know, and that time I'm talking about a few years ago. So that time they were moving Brexit, and I said, why are you doing Brexit? You're doing Brexit politically because you want to have a choice. You have a choice of selecting a political choice. Why is it that you don't give people a medical choice? So every consumer must have the right to choose, and let him choose wisely and educate him so that the choice can be a wise one. Now, whether he wants to take allopathy or homeopathy or Tirupati, I say, which is kind of spiritual healing, I'm saying let him choose whatever he wants to choose, whatever. But my whole aim, Rajiv, actually been all the way through last so much is only to practice evidence-based medicine. I'm saying once in a year on 10th of April, I'm happy to share that book with you as well. We take out a book of about 700 pages and patients called Healing People, Changing Lives. And these are all scientifically documented from the thousands of patients that we treat. I select them, I curate that book. And once in a year, we take that and we distribute that book free to all the health ministers in the country, all the health secretaries, all the medical institutions free of charge. The idea is so that more and more people start believing in scientific-based and evidence-based treatments, and they can also then follow it. So that's the idea. So there's a kind of baby steps which we've already taken, and we are very happy to collaborate and to take this further. It's a great vision, it's a great initiative, and I think the time is now.
Wonderful. What a wonderful, really openness. And I hope there were like another 50 Dr. Batras who I can collaborate with to make it happen. And I know that it's really important that openness in the mind. And if we can put our minds together, nobody can really stop it because it is in the patient interest and it is going to be less burden on the society. It's going to be cost effective. It's going to provide a long-term remission stroke cure. And that is something which is no-brainer. So I think that will be fantastic.
I just remembered a quote when you said open minds. It is said that minds are like parachutes. Minds are like parachutes. They function only when they open. I'm saying you jump out with a closed parachute and you're dead. The same thing with the mind. So I think it's about time that we all have open minds. Today, a lot of the aims in India, the All India Medical Institutes, are now having an Ayush or a homeopathic, Ayurvedic, yogic department within them, all the new ones. And it's something which is, I'm very sure that 10 years from now, India will set the path for globalization of integrated medicine.
I'm absolutely convinced that is the case. And I have actually this thing in my mind already that this is going to happen irrespective. Time is the thing, because
I'm saying, let me tell you that a lot of good things come from India. Spirituality is one of them. Wellness is another one. Yoga has come from India. And now you will find that in the next 10 years, integrated health and medicine will also come from India.
Superb. So I'm coming to India. In January. Let's make it happen. And if you know any other people who have the same mindset, let us meet, because time is right now, and this is something we can do, and we must put more time and effort now to make it happen quicker. And that's brilliant. I'm thinking is that is one of those things. Mohit had some comment that he thinks integration is good. Do you want to say anything on that aspect? And also other thing I wanted to ask while this is going on, that where you think is we are at a stage where medicine has changed. You would have seen so many changes. I have seen so many changes in last 30, 40 years. Do you think there is going to be, because it has been a gradual change, we need to see a step up change? And when and how we can happen that?
Well, the first big change, I think, and it's not a good, is the commercialization of medicine. Unfortunately, unhumanized. You know, there always used to be a doctor-patient relationship, and that will be a lot of bonding. I'm saying I remember that when I started my practice in 1974, a doctor was a family physician. He was a healer. You know, he was a matchmaker. People would come and say, you know, I've got a daughter who's marriageable age. Do you know anybody else who's got a son who wants to get married? Can you put us together? So, you know, even before Seema Auntie came on Netflix, we had homeopathic doctors and doctors, actually general practitioners, who were actually matchmakers. So we were actually helping families in a holistic way. And people depended on doctors for everything because we had the connection with families, you know, and all the good families. Today it's become commercialized. Today it's in and out. You know, it's you've got a fixed time, my time, and that's all that you can get. 20 minutes of my time. And I mean, there's no bonding, there's no kind of personal feeling of actually holding hands. I mean, I remember my father was also a doctor. He was a homeopathic doctor. He used to actually go to patients' homes and he would hold their hand till the child recovered. I mean, till the next morning and not sleep, just be there. And we kind of brought up in that sense, you know, having that sense of value system, and as well as actually experiencing what medicine really was all about. I'm saying today it's a shut shop thing. I mean, the shop is open at this time and then it shuts at this time. And after that, there's nothing you can do. So I think there's been lots of changes in medicine. Like I said, it's been more commercialized, it's impersonal now rather than the personalized that we had earlier. It's more technical, it's more technology driven now, it's more technology developed. And therefore, the future is really going to be variables. You know, like my watch, I want to see whether I've done 10, 12,000 steps today or not. And I'm glad I have done that, even though I'm sitting with you for 1 hour. But it's all, you know, it's going to be home healthcare, you know, things like that. So prosthetics, I mean, all of this is going to be, you know, bionics are all going to be very important in the future. So it's going to be a mixture of technology and medicine. And we're already seeing that happening. And that's going to increase. And I just hope that with technology and with medicine, we are able to actually keep the human touch in whatever we do. I'd like to end because I can see that the time is running out. And I'd just like to end. You started with the prayer, you started with the Gayatri Mantra, Om Bhurvasvar, Om Tatsavituvarinam, Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi, Divana Prachodayat Om. I'd like to end with 2 lines of a Kishore Kumar song, which is my wish for the world. Because you say it's, you know, healing the world. I think we should think, and this is the thought that I have for the world, and this is the thought and the blessing that I have for healing the world and for healing health and the wonderful work that you're doing. आचल के तुझे मैं लेके चलूं एक ऐसे गगन के तले जहां गम भी न हो आंसू भी न हो बस प्यार ही प्यार पले आचल के तुझे मैं लेके चलूं एक ऐसे गगन के तले जहां गम भी न हो आंसू भी न हो बस प्यार ही प्यार पे एक ऐसे गगन के तले एक ऐसे गगन के तले एक ऐसे गगन के तले. Global namaste to everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. God bless.
Wonderful. It was amazing, amazing. And we got the homeopathy song there because this is healing song. And I'm so grateful that we have so much of wisdom within 1 hour packed, and we could pull out different strands, thinking, lifestyle, activity, and looking at the real causes. And we talked even at depth about the hair loss, about the infertility, about the depression, about the anxiety, about the data, the value of evidence. This is wonderful. So I think, thank you so much, Dr. Batra Mukesh ji. I think it has been a very productive use of time. We let you go, but I think we will keep in touch. I promise to keep in touch to make this mission move forward. And I have got even more confidence today that together with you and me and the rest of the team is going to happen soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
With all that, we have got our next speaker who is going to be really sharing some more wisdom with us in a short time. And I can just say that he is a person who has wealth of experience solving this stress. Stress is his life blood. He physical stress, emotional stress, all type of stress problems. He specialized in releasing the long-term chronic pain, fear, phobias, and allow you to perform at optimum level. And who doesn't want to perform at optimum level, because our life is riddled with the problems, physical problems, social problem, economic problem, financial, relationship problem, all kind of that, you like it or not, hits you time and time again. And if we can find some simple tips, some simple methods, it would be wonderful. And I think he will say, if somebody want to volunteer, he has even given us a choice to try and help and de-stress that person while we are on the session. So if anybody wants to volunteer, we can take it from there. But let's give a big hand and welcome to Chris Burgess. Welcome, Chris.
Okay. Nice to see you again.
You seems to be in like dark blue light. It might be intentional, like
The light, you say?
Yes, it's looking a little bit blue overtone.
Oh yeah, it's the light from the window. I haven't got the lamp on. I'll see if I can get a brown lamp or something. I doubt it. Like
you will start looking pink like a human being currently. That's
that?
better.
Is that too pink?
Yeah, it's better.
I've just been sitting here with the daylight. If you do this, it's too much. If you do that, it's whatever. Right. And it's my normal color is this ish. Yeah. What it is with brilliance, the young man before, which is Dr. Mukesh Batra, is that pronounced right? Yeah. Covered everything. The main root cause he mentioned several times, and he kept on repeating it, and it's exactly spot on. Find the root cause. Ask the person, the individual, male, female, young, old, or whatever, would they like it to go away? Would they like it to go away now and never return? And as I'm saying that, you're nodding your head. So what you're doing is you're getting agreements with the actual people who want to get shut of the thing. Once you've got the agreements, you can use several different things. Depends on what the individual needs. Some have got post-traumatic stress disorder. Others, you've got young ladies who've just had a baby and have got postnatal depression. And primarily, if you can get the specific word that describes it from them, not how you think about it, but how they think about it, you're on your starter for success. Then you can use a thing called EMDR, right? Eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, which is being used by the doctors, I think across the world now, but to different levels. And then use a thing called the San Yao channel. And the San Yao channel in Chinese medicine covers all your body in totality. But the main thing is this brain, you've got your thinking brain, you've got your emotional brain, and you've got your gut brain. So what you do is you combine them and ask the person, do they really want to get shut of it? And then you can, it takes probably, it can take about 20 minutes, and you can normally shift a major problem that's been going on for years and years and years. So if anybody has a thing, and there's other things with this is Chinese medicine called Qigong for your immune system, which I can show you now. People, if they wish to use it, they can do, to boost your immune system because of all these plagues and everything that's going around. Here is your thymus gland. So what you do, it's okay for me to show this, is it, Rajiv? Yeah?
Yeah.
Here, you just get your fist Now, you don't get prizes for breaking your sternum, so you don't bash it. You just 1, 2, 3. That triggers the thymus gland, which is a really key thing in obviously your immune system. Now here, as your collarbone comes down into your sternum here, you'll find a sore spot, and that's kidney 1. Kidneys give you energy, right? So again, what you're doing is you're activating this, energizing your system. 1 with your fingers or the palm of your hand. I'll explain the palm of your hand in a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The reason I'm doing it like this, you also do it slow. It's none of this business. Like other hand, fingers here or palm of the hand. Where this points is, you found a sore spot here, you know, on this thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's your thymus gland you've activated, your kidneys for the energy, and under the arm here, I'll stand up for this a bit. Yeah, oops. Here, you'll find gallbladder meridian.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Here, gallbladder on the other side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Here, where your nipple is, underneath there. Obviously, women have got a difficulty there. They've got to move the breast out of the way, but we haven't. So here, just on this point here, there's a stomach meridian. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Other side, same thing. Cross over your hands, of course. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And finally, you bring your hands out to pull energy in, because this is an energetic thing, Qigong. And you move down the body, right down to the pubic bone and out to the side. So that's 1. Breathe in, and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And that's it. So if anybody wants me to send the little notes with pictures on where the actual pressure points are to you, Rajiv, and you can distribute to whoever's interested. But that definitely boosts your immune system. It'll take you roughly about, what I always suggest to people is that as they wake up and you're getting out of bed, you've got the feet on the floor. Now the bottom of your foot is kidney 27. So effectively, you're putting yourself down into the ground for earth energy, if you like, as well as energy from above. So do it just as you get out of bed, and just remember to do that. And then it takes about 3 minutes, and it will boost your immune system, so you're not getting all these bugs and everything that are going around. So that's 1. The other thing I can send out to somebody, if they wish to get it, is another thing, which is the 21 ancient Taoist movements for good health. Taoism is a form of religion from China, which is, well, thousands of years old, and it's getting a bigger sort of look in now. There's another thing called Reiki, which is Japanese, but that's only about 140 years old. This is thousands of years old. It works. The 21 ancient Taoist movements for good health, obviously, they'd probably take it about 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes to do. But if I send them over to you, you can give them to anybody at all who wishes to become healthier and healthier, and they just do them every day. If you haven't got 15 minutes a day for yourself, you're stressing yourself out anyway, really. And lots of people are on the go all the time, and they don't relax for themselves. There's other healing sounds in Chinese medicine as well. And they have mantras in in Indian medicine and mudras, and they're blooming good because they work, you see. The stuff I'm doing predominantly is actual fact Chinese. It's a very similar thing. You use sound seal. They've been going for thousands and thousands of years, and they work as well. As an example, there's a very, very high proportion worldwide of migraine sufferers, and more female migraine or headache sufferers than male. And the healing sound for that is E. And in Chinese, it's YI. It looks like YI, but and that's pinyin sort of thing. So all you do is you breathe in through your nose, and as you breathe out in a descending tone, downs. It doesn't matter if you can't hold your breath for that length of time. It's every individual is different, and the resonance of the E sound is different to everybody. So what would resonate for me, it'd be entirely different to the way a woman that does, she'd be higher pitch, but it works. And what you do is you do that for 9 times. Now there's a reason for that. There's really no bigger number than 9. So the Chinese use this a heck of a lot. So if you've got, well, it isn't a major problem if you look at it in medicine. If you've got headaches, I think it's a minor problem, but it isn't really. It really stop it. So what you do is you do it 9 times. But if you've got a condition of a cancerous condition, along with movements for cancer to dispel it, you'd use it probably 36 times the sound and the movements together. Now, then you can do that. Well, you can do it for days. In other words, every single day of the week would be preferable to do it. And if you do it at least 3 times a day, because you've got a specific major problem, not a normal run of the mill like a headache or whatever like that. One gentleman, I think he's about 75, either 75 or 73, and he rang me up because he'd been recommended. And I said, yeah, okay. I said, do this, set these sounds, do these movements. I said, I went out to see him, and very, very bright young man, like, you know, and he said, oh yeah, I'll do them. I said, okay, what's your PSA level? And it was off the Richter scale. So I said, okay, fine, well, do the thing. I said, when are you seeing the oncologist next for the prostate cancer, you see? He said, well, it's stage 4 I've got, and it's metastasized, which just means spread, doesn't it, to the pelvis. And I said, okay. I said, well, when are you seeing him again? He said, 6 months. So I said, well, keep on doing the exercise and the movement. So he rang me about 2 weeks later, and he said his PSA levels have gone right down to normal again, or probably less than like normal, I don't know. And I said, well, keep on doing them. 6 months' time, he went to see the oncologist, and he rang me up, and he said, it's cleared. He said, it's even gone from the actual pelvis, where it metastasized to the pelvis, spread, in other words, that had gone as well. And that was about 6 years ago, and he's still going now, the lad. So if people are prepared to try something new and stick at the movements and the sounds, it's normally very, very successful. The other things you can do with there's a thing where you use EMDR and the 3 brains, and you know, you just call up a Danchin. Danchin just means energy center. So you've got your head, brain, middle Danchin, and then your lower Danchin about 3 inches below your navel. And if you operate that with people who've got phantom limb pain, you can shift that as well. But that normally again only takes about an hour, and then they shift it so it doesn't come back.
You mentioned about, so can you tell a little bit more about this EMDR, and if kind of a little sample?
Yeah.
Sample.
Well, that's a sound that was brought. Well, sound. It was words that were produced by the medical profession. Eye movement, desensitization, and reprocessing. So what it's doing, it's saying, if you move your eyes, you can desensitize the problem you've got. Doesn't matter what the problem is. Right. Now, if you use that just on its own, it sometimes does, it sometimes doesn't. But if you tie it in with the other thing, which is EMDR and tapping on the San Yao channel, here, this groove between your little finger and your ring finger, both hands, it's called a San Yao channel. Right. Now, the other word for it is triple heater or triple warmer, because obviously it's Chinese. So when you tap on that, you're activating this channel. So what you're doing is you're getting them to tap on the hand at the same time as they're using their eyes, their eye movements. You've already give them a little thing which says, do you want it to go away? Do you want it to go away now and never return? Which is a form of self-hypnosis, and that works as well. So what you're doing is you're combining the eye movement desensitization and reprocessing with the San Yao channel, which corrects this brain, and the gut brain, right? The three dantians. And it works, but you've got to do it while the person does it, because if you're not in contact with them, they've got to do it themselves. So their energy, if you like, this hand is yin energy, negative energy. It's like electric, you've got positive and negative. If you haven't got negative, you don't get any positive because it doesn't flow. So what you're doing is you're flowing in the body. So you bang this, right? And then if it's gone down from lots of them with obviously phantom limb pain, it's a good 10 scale, subjective units of distress from 0 to 10. And it's just like this with 10. So it may then drop and go completely great. If it doesn't, you do the other channels, in other words, positive, negative, yin and yang, and you balance both sides up and it shifts then. So it's very rare that you've got to jump over 4 times. It normally that one and it knocks it right down. This one, it polishes it off. But sometimes if they're really, in a bad state, you do it again and that works. So that's using sound, self-hypnosis, their self-hypnosis, EMDR, and the San Yao channel, which is, if you like, that's a form of tapping, which could be emotional freedom technique as well. There's different acupressure points they press for that.
Chris,
yeah,
we were not able to see the details of your hand, so it'll be great to see what you were showing, like Sanyal Chal doing in hand,
this one,
so that people can see it.
oh, sorry.
Yeah, the practical demo of that and practical demo of the self-hypnosis as well will be wonderful to have that.
All right. Well, the practical thing over here, see this, you tell them to start tapping on this individual.
Yeah.
Tap.
How many times they need to do?
Keep on tapping.
Okay.
When they go through, you say, keep on tapping, keep on tapping, keep on tapping, keep on tapping, keep on. That's like hypnosis in a way. Keep on tapping. You feel, don't say you're feeling better. You just keep on tapping, keep on tapping. When you get them to move their eyes, you're activating this side of the brain and this side of the brain, because obviously the left eye goes to the right side, which is creative. This side of the brain is statistical, so it's looking for this. What's coming? And then when you're doing the actual rolling their eyes around, because you know this with the MDR, and then you roll it the other way, it's activating both sides of the brain, right? Then you stop and ask them to hum a tune right? Because that's the creative side of the brain. It's not like numbers, figures, words. And then you stop, and then you ask them to do the other side, which is counting to 9 while it's tapping. I never went through that before, where you do this in sequence. And then you stop, and the brain goes, what the blue X coming in? Because it's looking for creative, it's looking for negative. This is my version, by the way, of it. Looking for negative stuff or positive stuff or creative stuff. So when you stop, the last command is heard from you. I want this word, whatever it is, could be pain, to go away, now and never come back. And they're saying that while they're tapping. That's the initial one, right? So it's a sequence. What you do is you go through the same sequence. If it doesn't work on the, if you like, right side, change over to the left side. And that's negative and positive, yin and yang, and male energy, female energy for balance.
I think that's wonderful, because this is now the time of where we would need to really get rid of. This is like December, the year is going, people are under stress, Christmas is coming, economy is down, there is not enough resources, people want to buy Christmas presents for people, and there is not enough income. So like, stress is rampant now. So I'm just thinking is that we could share some more techniques, because you know a lot, and I think what you've already shared have been extremely useful.
Yeah.
But what your view, what are there any personal preferences which people of different type of dispositions or different type of stress people should use?
That's from a sort of a point of view of doing it with people. That technique that I just showed you now is very, very, very effective. Other people would like to, for stress related things, you see, you could talk them through that's a hypnotic thing, but it's their own hypnosis. And what you do is whatever the people are, or a group of people, it works with a group. So you can get a group of 100 people, 20 people, 30 people, and you just ask them to come up with a time in their past where they were really relaxed, really happy, really contented. You say it could be on holiday, it could be when you've done this, it could be that. It's find your place in the past where you were really totally happy and relaxed. And then you go through the sequence of saying, well, make the picture bigger and brighter. This is a hypnotic technique, you see, bigger and brighter. Make the sounds absolutely lovely, melodious. And then the smells, the tastes, the feel, the this, and you go through a whole spectrum, right? And then you say, now double them again, and you talk through it again 3 times, gain this 3 bishops again. Then the 3rd time, right, you go through it again, and then you say, drop that feeling down into your heart for the emotional side. When it's dropped in, you go through the same thing again, talking through the colors, the sounds, the feeling, the taste of this, above all, how relaxed and happy you are, right? So, and then you drop it down, after 3 of them again, you drop it down to the gut brain, right? So in other words, this brain's saying it, this is dropping the same emotions that you've got, good ones down here, then you drop it to the gut, and you go through the same sequence of, you're relaxed, you're seeing beautiful colors, beautiful sounds, diddly, 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 drop it down there then. And that's another way of using the 3 brains, the thinking brain, the emotional brain, the gut brain, in a sequence which you're actually using really a form of hypnosis technique, but it works because it's their memory that is a good one. I think you muted Gupta. I think you muted.
Yeah, I know. So
Sorry.
that's good. So I think that was fantastic. Are there any particular one which are like for the headache? Because quite often people say it's migraine very common, and the headache that's actually happening recurrently, which they can do. And I know people get rid of their migraine very quickly.
The migraine sounds worked every single time for me. One of the reasons for this is my wife had meningococcal meningitis septicemia 20 years ago, and she was getting headaches, but really, I mean, bad ones, obviously, because you really knackered your body with that one. And that's the thing I give her, and she does it 9 times the sound, right, which is E.
Okay.
In a descending tone. Now, June, my wife, her voice will vibrate entirely. That's a different frequency to mine, but that's for you. You've got a little thing in here called a pineal gland, and that it has an effect on that as well, you see. But in Chinese medicine, again, they call the inside your skull, if you like, the celestial palace, because they give them names like that, because years ago they never wrote things down, or they couldn't write things down. So it's come from that time. It's something where people, they'll remember that. Now, the sound E, it works, and it vibrates with everything. So really, for headaches and migraines, you've got to steel yourself to do it 9 times. And one of the reasons for that is this brain, the top brain, thinks, oh, she needs these headaches, or he needs these headaches. So you get to 3 and it will go. But then it's not really gone fully. It'll come back and bite you again another day. So if you do it every single time with 9, it clears it. I know it sounds a bit like, oh, that's airy-fairy, but it works. So if it works, don't knock it.
I think that's wonderful. Are there any techniques that are for like chronic pain of the joints? Because,
oh yeah, there's the chronic there's a thing called tiger's palm, right? And you can try it, because everybody's got the blooming energy. It's intense. So I had a guy who was oh crikey, I was 30, I think he was about 37. And he was in the Premier League. Well, you know the Premier League in England, Premier League, and he got whacked, and I mean a good one, on the knee 7 years prior. And he went okay. He wasn't over the hill as yet, you see. So because it was Premier League, the X-ray your blooming leg and everything, and if you've got anything wrong with it, they're not going to employ you there. But so he went to the continent. And he was playing over there for another 7 years. He's come back, and his leg was in one of these. It's like a clamp thing, but it looks like a blue thing for the knee. So he had this on. And I said, "Well, what's the pain in your leg?" And he went, "Oh, it's about a 9." Still 9, okay. So what you do is, this one again is yin, this one's yang. So there's a motion where you go clockwise like this. So there's,
you can't see your hands if you keep your hands.
Sorry. Yeah. So I'm losing a plot on it. So stick them over here. So his leg was there. So I put my left hand on one side of the knee, right hand, and clockwise direction, circle it, and bin the rubbish. Now there's things called tiger palm.
Wow.
Right? You do this and bin it. Right. There's sword finger, which you do and bin it, right? And what you're doing is you're pulling the energy out this way, binning it, because it forms like a funnel. So then when you finish doing it, and you think it's gone, what you do then is anti-clockwise, you come back and seal it off, and that works. Well, that's just using energetic technique. I forgot before, here is pericardium 8, yin and yang. Now, as you know, there's a sac around your heart called a pericardium, saves you battering your ribs with it and killing yourself. So this pericardium is also a connection point, yin and yang. So when you're doing this, you've got that side of it blocking it, so nothing else is coming back in and burning it. And he hasn't got the problem now. And he had it for 9 years. I think it was 7. Oh, it must have been 27 then when he got first whack. 9 years. So that's just one example. You can also do problems with people with heart, but there's also a healing sound for the heart which you can use. And you know, when somebody's really upset and you're talking to them and you say something good to them that they agree with, you go, oh, like that, and they sigh. That is the healing sound for the heart. If you've got a problem with the heart, and again, 9 times, breathe in, and you find it, that energy will come back to where they'd like to be.
It's wonderful.
It's a bit different, but it works. And not only that, it's worked for thousands and thousands of years. It's like, the acupuncture, acupressure. Well, they found a guy called Ochets in the mountains in Europe, and he fell in it. He'd been murdered, of course. Somebody shot him with a blooming arrow or something, and he'd been murdered and fell into this crevasse thing, like where the snow never really went away. So they found this guy, and obviously he looked a bit thin because he'd not been eating for thousands of years. They take him into the laboratory, checking him all out, put him in a freezer, of course, check him all out. And they find then that he's 3,500 BC when he was in this crevasse. And of course, he's been dead since then. So then they check him, and he's got 58 acupuncture points tattooed into his body. And his name was Ochets because that's the mountains where they come from. Now, that obviously 3.5, so that's 5,500 years ago, this guy had acupressure points on. So all you're doing in this day and age is using the same thing that was done years and years ago. If you get the right points, tap it. It's like this 21 ancient Taoist movements. That's to lift you with full health. So there's points here, there's points here, points here, points here, right? So I've got them listed. So if you want me to send you them, Rajiv, and if anybody then contacts you, you can send them out to them.
It's brilliant. So I think we'll do that. I wanted to ask you about the brain-gut axis, but before that, you are actually sharing so useful things about the pain, and pain is such a common thing. Is anything in particular useful about osteoarthritis? People have joint pains.
Oh yeah, there's one again. I should have gotten a bloody big room with this one. You know this thing, don't you?
Yeah.
You know that? Yeah. You know what I mean? Namaste. Namaste. Right. So what you do is you take it to your heart. Yeah. You'll probably be able to see this one. I might be able to shut on.
Sure.
Hang on. Right. Yeah. Heart. Yeah. Pericardium ace, connection. Right. Heart connection, energy connection. Right. So what you do is you look at your left hand and you watch your left hand go up, and the palm goes upwards like that. And you keep looking at the palm as this hand has gone down like that, but you're not looking at the down one that comes later. So you like that, and you stretch. Stretch as long as you like, just as long as it's comfortable for you. Don't blooming think, I've got to kill myself. Then you bring your hands back down again like that to the Namaste position, right? And then this hand goes down, palm down. This hand goes up, and you watch the hand going up. So this is yang. So you're picking up all these things, and on this hand down, all the rubbish elements of the imbalance is going down. Press up. And you can stay as long as you like. And then watch the hand coming down again, concentration. As this one's coming up, you can feel it coming. You don't have to look at it. And it's up to there again. Namaste position, heart, energy. and you look at this hand, and that one goes down, and you stretch as much as you can, and then again, and then up again, and you do that. Well, it'll be 1, 2. It's actually 18, but it's only 1, right? And so you go up to 9 counts of hands up and down. That's all. And that is good for females as well, because a lot of females have problems with osteoarthritis because of the menopause, etc. But there's a whole raft of stuff you can do for menopause as well for women.
Wonderful. So just wanted to clarify, you said this left hand, my left hand is this side, probably we are opposite side. So you take the left hand first up.
I always do, because don't forget, intuitively, women may do the right one first. Don't know. Right. You don't, there's no command, this first, that first, whatever. Intuitively, gut feeling, you'll know which hand. With me, it's that one. That's negative energy. In other words, what you're doing is when you put it up, you're getting some positive energy, yang from heaven, down that arm, which is the inside. So it might mean that you need some yang energy in this side of the thing. You know, you see this sign for and it's like a circle with like a thing in it, and in the middle of the white one there's a black dot, and in the middle of the other one there's a white dot. That's because you need a balance of yin and yang. So intuitively, again, if the woman thinks, oh, I need some blooming yang, right? With me, I'm thinking, I need some yin. I presume that's why I've done it. I don't know. But so, whoa, stretch. And then bring them together. And then to balance it, you go, okay, I'll give the yang up here that way. And then I'll get the yang up here that way. So the other hand that goes down, if I've got this up, I'm getting yang that goes right down into your kidneys into the ground. This one, right, it down here is picking up earth energy, which is yin, but into the yang side. So you're balancing it up and down, yin and yang, yin and yang. Is that making a bit of sense?
Fantastic. I think that's really good. Now, when you said it, I was amazed because this left and right of women and men is very much in our Indian mythology as well. So like for wedding, the woman goes there, she needs to sit on like, you know, left side. And in old scripture, this says Vam Ang means left, Ang means left side. They need to sit on the left side. So it's like all.
People, it's like this when they go, when somebody tells them something, you say, oh, well, you're okay. All you need to do is this and this. And you go, heart. Now, if it's a medical problem with heart, you would use the word car. If it's really a problem, car downwards. So if you're getting stuck with somebody who's got, you give them this and they're going, oh, yeah, I feel a lot better. Leave them. That's good for them. You have to go, oh, it's still a bit, what's the name? Whatever, it's an emotional thing or a physical thing. Car. And in Japanese, car is like when they're fighting, you go, car. You know, energy bang, you know, hits them like that. It's a martial art thing. Well, you can use it for martial arts. No, use it for niceness and trying to fix people. Yeah, so it may work.
I think that's fantastic. So you're telling about menopause, and it's a very common problem with women. And in fact, there's a lot of now emphasis on that. And even at workplace, you know, menopause needs to be really given importance.
Hot sweats.
Yes.
Hot sweats.
So how do they can address it in a natural needs to happen, but how we can make it trouble-free?
Well, there's all kinds of different things. Because, well, you know, being a doctor, the blooming hormones, everything's all over the bloody place, crackers.
Yep.
So the hot sweat one, or hot, what do you call it? Something else in America, don't they? Hot something or other, but never mind. Anyway.
Hot flushes, yeah.
Hot flushes, that's it, yeah. So hand, now, gallbladder meridians here Yeah. This is one, you know, the 21-inch tower shot. This is a good bit of kit as well. Put your hand over there like that. See that? You find a sore spot here. Right, that's your gallbladder, part of your gallbladder. So what women do, or men do, they just pull the hand right across the body, down. The other side, this is yin and yang again. So they've got the hot flushes, do that. That. And what you're doing is you're flicking it out, yeah? So hand right over, that's it. Find a sore spot and zip it. Now, you find if you give that to a young lady who's struggling at the time, it'll take about 5 goes and she'll be really like that. And you just say, do that, and you do it. Especially with nurses as well. Nurses have got a problem now. I'd take June down for a regular visit because when she got the meningitis, she had to see me. They cut her leg off, her foot off, well, you know, half a foot, all the fingers off, and we go down and get the foot done on a probably every month or to 6 weeks. So when I go there, some of the nurses are in there. They've obviously got hot flashes or flushes. You just give them that to do, and it kills them. It doesn't cure them, but it takes it away so they don't have them. You know.
Wonderful tip, because it's a common problem, and you know it hits so many people. It's so good. Thank you so much, Chris.
Yeah, well, you see, what it does, it helps, and all you've got to do is ask them, what is the problem? And then you say, okay, what's the word that describes that problem? And this goes, oh, I know what the word is, and gives it to them. So what you do then, you say, would you like this word, not problem, because obviously a problem is a vast thing. And they might say, well, they might swear, in actual fact, with a rude word, but it doesn't matter. That word, would you like this? Okay, call it pain. Would you like this pain to go away? And I go, yeah. And you should nod. To go away now. Yep. And never, ever, ever come back. Yep. And if you want to put a joke in, you say, do you want to phone a friend? You know, or ask the audience, there's nobody there, you know, and that makes them laugh then. Right? And so then it's gone in, but they're relaxed. And then you go through this bit, and this bit, shifting it with the EMDR and the Sanyao channel, right? And the actual rest works for that one. Now, I've never tried it on menopause because nobody's ever asked me. But there's movements for menopause, you say. Well, there's loads of them. So,
So one more thing, Chris, we are doing so well because there are so many practical tips which are amazing. That the other is that, you know, tummy ache in kids is such a common problem.
Which?
And the tummy ache, pain in the tummy, abdominal pain.
Yeah.
And they keep coming, even for us. I'm a medical doctor. They come here, I've done all the tests, they're all normal. So they haven't got any medical disease, but they keep complaining of pain in the tummy, abdominal pain in the belly. 5, 6, 7 years, something like that, 3, 4, 5, since that age. They keep complaining of tummy ache, and there is no reason for them to have tummy ache.
Right.
At times it's
can you get them to point to where it actually hurts?
Yeah.
There, right. So that is liver, and obviously liver and your stomach comes here, doesn't it?
It's a bit below as well, just
below, yeah, and that way. Well, again, Shiv, that's never occurred to me because I'm not a doctor. Where the kids are coming with pains in the guts and all this, but with that pain, you could try. Because I don't know whether it will work or not, because I've never bloody done it myself. So if you put your hand on the back and you point to the stomach there, right, and find the actual point and say to the little one, well.
So you think if we do like this, like one hand front, one behind?
Yeah, but you want one of your hands on his back. Yeah.
Yeah. So my second hand is on the back.
That's it. Yeah, in line with where the pain is in the gut.
Point. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So in other words, I'll show you. Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you.
Yeah. Well, see, there's your hand.
Yeah.
Well, if the pain is there in the centre palm of your hand, you
Yeah.
put your hand on the back of your body, his body or her body, at the back, where that pain is. Right now, right here, right on the front, you put your fingers on the point there, and you use short finger.
Yeah.
But you do a clockwise motion and flick it. And flick it. You ask what level of pain is. So we say, well, you know what pain then? Is it 10 or is it, because they're only little, aren't they? So we say, how big's your pain? Is it, because mom's gone, you know? And they go, oh, yeah, because I'm obviously thinking all the time. And say, well, how is the pain? What, you know, is it 5 or is it 10? Probably they can count. And then use short finger, because that sounds like that with a kid. And you say, hey, can I put my finger where the pain is exactly? Show me. And then do this and bin it. But you ask them, would you like the pain to go away now? And never come back. And you can give that a go, because I've never had that. So it's just a thought.
Yeah, brilliant. I think that's worth trying. I think it makes sense, because it's like yin and yang, they are the energy. So we try and compress the energy and try and balance that.
Yeah.
And if
So
it is because
what you're doing then, she is what you've got in that area, you've got a chakra or chakra.
Yeah.
Now a chakra is really a funnel, right? So if you like, you've got a funnel circling, right? So in the back, you've got another funnel, because the chakra is not just back or front, it's back and front. The top chakra is like this, comes in there. There's no bottom to it. This one here, here is coming out that way, and this one is going out that way. So what you do is you block the chakra off at the back where the rubbish is coming in, drag it out and bin it. Drag it out and bin it, and then seal it off. Always seal it off. So when you're doing a sword finger like that, give it a try. Let's know how you get on as well. It should be brilliant. Pull it out, bin it. And then when you finish, so do that about 9 times, right? But obviously you've got to ask the little one what he wants, or and then when you do, so that's clockwise. So if you look at the front of your body and it's going that way, it's like a clock. You know, the clock is there going that way. Can you see that? So imagine there's the clock fingers going round. So on the front, you do it clockwise to drag it out. Yeah. Now on the back, you've sealed it off, so no rubbish can get back in through the funnel on the back of energy. So you blocked it completely to pull out the rubbish, so it can't be fed back, and just bin it. That's if you go through all the medical stuff, can't find anything wrong with the kid. It's something energetic wise that's causing it. But give it a go. I mean, I presume the parents would be okay with that, because they're not that much upset with the child, you know.
Wonderful. So I think we got so much good. I think you got so much wisdom, Chris. And these are all practical tips which are going to be extremely useful for our audience. We've got Keith as well, so maybe we'll ask him how he thinks about it. But before, Keith, you're in here. Do you want to tell us how did you feel about it?
Well, Chris, nice to meet you. Hello.
Hi.
Those of us. Sorry, Reggie, if you carry on.
Yeah, so I was saying, just to introduce, that Keith and I have worked together on like Tai Chi and Qigong. So like UK, you know, he's kind of representing that the Tai Chi Union of the UK, Tai Chi and Qigong, and we have already agreed on collaboration. So that's fantastic. So I thought he was there in audience, just pulling up, and you showed some techniques, practical. So it'll be good to really have a quick comment.
Chris, delighted to see such a, shall we say, an expressive method and explanation of Qigong. I put a question up and asked if you had any experience with the Tai Chi and Qigong Union for Great Britain, or the British House Qigong Association. The first one I would like to say is very, very useful. The second one is politically sensitive, but you seem to be from a popular area of the UK, which is sounding like, are you a Scouser?
Oh yeah, originally, yeah.
I would never have
you
told.
couldn't lose the accent, son. You know, I mean, should I put it this way? John Lennon is the same age as me, but he's dead now.
Yeah.
He was born in 1940, just in case you didn't know. Like, you know.
Well, I was born in 1940 as well.
Right? Oh, brilliant!
So, Chris, I am not a Qigong expert. I am not a Tai Chi expert. I have been helping people on and off now for about 20 odd years, and finished training and teaching just a few years ago. But what I'm dealing with at the moment with Rajiv is seeing the commonality between Qi and Prana and Tai Chi and yoga. And there is a system that the NHS now have, and this is out also to Rajiv, because I need some help later on when I speak to you later this week, Rajiv, is that you have dealt with the NHS presumably locally. There are 1,000 members in the Tai Chi Union, many of them who may share the same information that you have, explaining it in a slightly different way. And we all have our benefits and our negatives and goodness knows what else. I think your demonstration of putting the hand up and down is one I came across many years ago. And I tend not to do much practice now because I'm involved in collaborations. Have you ever thought about joining or been aware of the Tai Chi and Qigong Union?
Have I ever been aware of Tai Chi?
No, Tai Chi and Qigong Union for Great Britain.
No, because what happened, just to give you the background, when I was about 10, because obviously, you know, 1940s, it was, you know, it was judo. That was it, judo. Right. So then I'd done judo, and for whatever reason, somebody just, you wouldn't hurt them, you just put them away if they were messing around. And then it was, so I'd done that for a good while, and then it was what was it, 61, Noida and Kanawasaka came over from Japan to teach karate, right? But it was Shotokan. Then the other ones, Gojiro, and come over. So I went to that. Now, I've always been a bit peculiar. So I'm going across the dojo, right? As you know, I'm watching this fella. It was good, but I'd be 21 and 21, and he'd be about 27, which to me was old, right? So I'm going across the dojo after he'd finished the thing, and I could see him going like that. So what the hell's up with him? So as I got to the other side of the dojo, I just bowed and I said, I'd like to join your dojo. And he went, so he must have felt something off me, I don't know. Then when I was doing a blooming karate, there's fellas who were, my team were bullies, right? And he wanted to bang, hit everybody. So you put up with that for a while when you're going down. You have caught thing two-step kumite, so you'd step, punch, but you wouldn't hit him. You just stop it. This fella would always dig you, and he was a bloody big, strong lad. So in the end, and then you go around the circle, go another one. So at the end, I thought, he's not going to stop this fella. So I just hit him. I said, you're not supposed to hit anymore. I never did it again. Now, then I took the kids to, because I had two daughters, took them to this other one, what was it, Aikido, because Aikido is more suitable for women. So then there was a guy who was doing, later on when I was about 50 odd, he was doing, what was it, mixed lot really, but it was jiu-jitsu and judo as well.
MMA.
Yeah, it was similar to that, but they didn't go down the route where they fell on the floor and battered buggery out of each other.
Sorry, Chris, can I come back, because time for Rajiv in trying to host this is time critical, as I have found out and been reminded a couple of times.
All right.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Neil. And so it's a question of are you operating as an individual?
Individual.
Yeah. Okay. Fantastic. what we're trying to do between the Tai Chi and Qigong Union is to form collaborations where people like yourself have a fantastic amount of ability to help the nation. And Rajiv and the rest of the NHS know that we're facing a major problem. And in this decade, what we want to try and achieve is recognizing that self-care, prevention is incredibly important. And so we're bringing up relationships between people from Southeast Asia and also predominantly from the States. But the one question that I keep asking people, we all know from testimonials, etc., that this is good for you, but we need the scientific evidence that proves that doing this exercise of yin and yang with the hands actually can be measured, and that is a major problem. And anything you can do to help on that, whether you're a member of the Tai Chi Union or not, is going to be incredibly important. But I have a background in sales and marketing, but somebody is actually showing me how to do it properly.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, so, share all this if you can email this over to me, because my ability with this kind of stuff is,
all I would ask you to do is to look up TCUGB, Tai Chi. All right.
Keith, I'm thinking I'll connect to him and I will explain what we're trying to do. And Chris, you have spotted it correctly, and that's why I wanted to bring you in.
Thank you.
So that we can make those connections and do it at a bigger level. So he is doing the practical work, and we can see these parameters before the intervention and after intervention, so as to prove and have the evidence.
One of the difficulties with that is that they asked me to go into one of the prominent hospitals, teaching hospital in Liverpool. And I said, okay, give us the worst, place you've got for the nurses with problems, physical problems, and obviously psychological problems. So they give me the brain damage ward. And I said, okay, I'll do 2 days, right? And you can have a look at what I do, give you the what's the name, and then I'll do, these are half days, 2 half days the next month. So I'll send the thing and you can analyze it, what I've done, how good the nurses are feeling and all that. So the first thing I did, I went to the 2 matrons, because obviously they've got loaded up with everything, and I sorted them out. Then I had nurses coming in on their tea breaks, and I'm shifting the problems, physical and psychological. As an example, one lad, he come in and said, don't suppose you can do anything for me. And he looked as fit as a robber's dog, to be honest, with his Liverpool expression. And I said, why should he said, I'm terrified of cars coming behind me. So don't tell me you just ride a motorbike. Yeah, and this car had hit him and put his leg right up into his face nearly. Right. So I said, okay, well, close your eyes and think about it. And he went, and he's asking for a SUD scale. And I said, what is it? 0 to, and he's like that, 10. So it's more like bloody 40. So I said, where's the car? And he went, what do you mean? I said, well, where's the car? He said, and what's that? No, I said, where's the car? 3 times asking, and the 3rd time, I went, it's in your head, isn't it? Would you like me to remove it from you, the fear? I said, you still look behind, right? Don't just look in your mirrors, you look behind. Oh yeah, because you don't want to send them out and get them killed. And it took me 9 minutes to shift it. So that was like one of them, that's a real physical thing. Now the others, I went away and I did 40, right, in 2 half days and 2 half days, 40 nurses, fixed them when the problem went away, sent them a thing in. I went back and said, oh, very good, this, that, and the other. I said, well, do you want me to come down, say 1 day a week? Right. We've run out of money for health and well-being for the nursing staff. So you're up against that. It's like a locked-in thing. So the nursing staff, oh no, we're not going to do, but the most important thing, the bloody doctors and the nurses, and there's not enough money to help them. And I thought,
No.
so that, but that was the foremost hospital in this city. I've asked, can I do something for the ambulance drivers who are stressed to buggery? And it goes round like that, and the circle never comes back. So you've got to, I admire you. I hope you get into it, and I'll help if I can. But it's hard going.
Right.
It's needed, but it's hard going.
We'll keep going. So again, thank you so much. We made the connections. I will keep in touch, and Keith, we will have a chat. And then Chris, we still have the pending things to do. So let's try and move on. I'm conscious of the time. It's just 4 o'clock. We've got the next speaker ready. Time flies when you're doing good things. So Chris,
I'm sorry about that.
But I think, Chris, you have amazingly demonstrated the value of, things which are simple, easy, people can do in day-to-day life, pain, migraine, arthritis, it's all thyroid, thymus, it's just all so useful stuff that we can do. So I think I know that we'll get you back again here at one point in time, because there is so much of useful thing people got out of it, and audiences.
Oh, there's more. It's that lengthy. It's, fall off the page. But I'll have to go in a few minutes anyway, if that's all right, Raji.
Thank you so much. So again, thank you very much with a good appreciation of all the work. Let's get our next speaker, Dr. Ish Sharma. He's a professor of Ayurveda and representing the Ministry of Ayush from India into Mauritius, has done tremendous amount of work in various aspects. As we know that I'm trying to pull together all the conventional medicine, Ayurveda, homeopathy, yoga, Tai Chi, Qigong, aromatherapy. This is because everything is important. Everything is important. And you've seen here that all people we're trying to pull together here are the people who are top of the game. They are good. So I think we'll get that. And I might actually try and see if Riddhi is ready. She's probably going to be a co-host in case I get pulled in, because at a short notice, I had to cover one of my consultant colleagues on call. But thank you again so much, Chris. I appreciate for that. And then we will get you back in. And thanks again for coming back. Keith, again, thank you, and we'll catch up again. So welcome, Riddhi. We're going to have a very good session. Riddhi herself does so much. We had a long chat yesterday, and I was so impressed. She's so young. She's wake up at 4:30 in the morning, do yoga, practice, healing herself, contributing to, I think we need a lot more people like her in order to bring the natural ways of healing the body together. So we're going to have Professor Ish Sharma first, and then we're going to have Mridu again, and then we'll go on to the next session. So it's so good to see you there. So we have got two wonderful speakers talking about Ayurveda, and then we'll probably get Mohit a little bit later around 5 o'clock, who also does a variety of interesting things, including Agni Karma, which is amazing, but also lots of things about migraine and rest of the stuff. So welcome. Let's start with you, Ish. Ish and I have originated from a place called Jodhpur in Indian Rajasthan as a common connections, and that keeps reminding us. And we went to the same school there, and is Sadai School, which is amazing. So I think it's good to see that when there's commonality there, but also commonality here, that we are both very keen on bringing different avenues of healthcare together in a polite, gentle, and cohesive manner. And it is extremely useful to have that degree of collaboration, tolerance, and I think it will be good to see you. So I know that you know a lot about Ayurveda, but we might start with, why do you think we need Ayurveda to collaborate with the conventional medicine. What are the common things? I know there is difference in the terminology, etc., but that and where you think we can get the holes plugged with Ayurveda. So just start with that. Riddhi, please pitch in when you need to. Back to you, Ish.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rajiv. And namaste to all, global namaste to the fraternity. And surely a very relevant topic, Dr. Rajiv, as you brought up. Ayurveda is, could be arguably be the oldest healthcare system in the world. Okay, being oldest, do we still require it? Is it not outdated? Is it relevant today? After like going through like multiple aspects of healthcare systems, including the Western medicine, homeopathy, Unani, Chinese, I'm more than convinced that this is more required than we ever required it before. Like if you go back like 100 years, even kings had to like exert a lot. There might not be many cars, and there might not be like many means of convenience, so-called convenience. It's like a very short-lived convenience. Actually, it is a very bad trade-off where we sell some of our health and we buy so-called convenience. So people being like more hardworking, and they had to work hard, they had to like be active. Now what is happening is the science is evolving, the science is like improving by leaps and bounds, and we are having new research is coming up, new groundbreaking studies are coming up. But we are becoming, as you rightly put, as rightly put up by one speaker like a few minutes back, we are failing to take charge of our health. We are more and more depending upon the healthcare infrastructure and the systems and the government and doctors and medicines, and someone should do it for me. I should not be doing. I'll buy a tablet or a capsule or injection, whatever you tell me. Don't tell me to do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, get up early at 4:30 as Riddhi does, I'll keep sleeping till 10. Give me a nice tablet and I should be taken care of. What is medical science doing? Now this onus, this responsibility which has shifted to the healthcare infrastructure and governments, this is the basic mechanism of this deteriorating quality of life as the science is evolving, but the quality of life is not really improving. It is going down and down. It's on such a downhill trend. Now, where does Ayurveda fit in? How is Ayurveda relevant today? Whenever we approach any person, could be a healthy one or having any medical condition, we always have got like 4 parameters to deliver our treatments. The most important is food, which is the most underrated, the most overlooked, most taken for granted because of such a complex relationship we share with food. We are happy, then we eat. We are sad, then we eat. Someone dies, we eat. There's a birthday, we eat. There's a business meeting, we eat. We cannot imagine 2-person meeting without food. We are so much enslaved by food, and that is where more are dying of overeating than from starvation. We more are dying of calorie overload. So Ayurveda, will you believe, like 10,000 years back, Ayurveda ab initio, since the very beginning, Ayurveda was very clear. It respected, it recognized the importance of specialization. Ayurveda clearly told the subjects who are surgery specific will not be treated by the physicians. It is said in Sanskrit language. Paradhikarena tu vistarokti. That is, you should not speak a lot about others' domains. If there is a patient from eye and ENT, then a physician should not speak a lot about it. If there is a surgical case, then a physician should not waste time of his own and of patients in trying to treat. One should be referred in time to the specialist. Will you believe, like 8 specialties from Ayurveda 10,000 years back, where they had such a wonderful referral system. That was a time when we had the first pediatrician in the world by the name Kashyap. He puts up a question, which is the strongest medicine in the world? And his answer is food. Food is the strongest medicine. Because a very small correction or a very small error towards the food is bound to snowball into something very great or something very bad. Because this is the one thing we are taking multiple times since we were born, 3-4 times a day. Come what may, we are eating since we were born without fail. And we are unfortunately taking more than required. Now, Ayurveda has given a very wonderful principle. Why are we taken ill? We are taken ill when the basic defective metabolism, and this is more relevant to the non-communicable diseases or lifestyle diseases, is a slowdown in the metabolism. When your metabolism is slowed down, that is the beginning when your cells start to clog. And the metabolism, what Ayurveda calls Agni or a fire, it will lead to the first symptom will be Srotorodha, that is channel blockage. And channel blockage, channels include cells as well. The first indicator to a cell failure, if you go by the Western pathology, the first indication to a cell failure is a term called inclusion bodies. That is, when your cells fail to throw out the toxins, they are down upon energy, they don't have enough protection mechanism, and they cannot throw all the toxins out. And those unwanted things retained inside the cell are called inclusion bodies. And that is where the cell failure starts. And these inclusion bodies can very much be correlated to channel blockage or Srotorodha, which is the first symptom of a lowered metabolism, a lowered fire, a lowered metabolic fire, and this toxin is called Ama. Ama is the foundation to maximum diseases and without fail to all non-communicable diseases. Now, how do we get this Ama and how to get rid of it? If I can cover like this one aspect of many aspects, this would be more than enough for the day, I believe. Then I have got Dr. Mridu to support me. She follows my speech, and maybe she will be a right person to vouch for me or to correct me if I happen to be missing out upon something. Ama, the most important sources are stress and overeating. Ama can be translated to, if you go for a medical term, modern medical term, then you can also translate it to free radicals. Why do we age? Why do we die, and why do we are taken ill? Because we are like 80 years old, or we are 100 years old, or we are 150 years old. Or he died because he was 150 years old. Why? Why not 200 years, and why not 500 years? The most important mechanism behind aging and death is free radical damage. And free radicals are the Ama toxins from Ayurveda. Where do they come from? Most importantly, they are coming from excessive eating. When you are eating more than your digestive juices can process, this would lead to Ama toxin accumulation. And there can be a simile. If you run out of a gas in your kitchen and your dish is half cooked, surely that won't be palatable or won't be digestible or might not even be edible, because you ran out of gas midway and you could not cook your dish properly. In the same manner, if our fire runs out, because if we go for the translation, we are secreting 9 liters of juices, including saliva, followed by hydrochloric acid, bile, pancreatic juices, succus entericus, all put together. Every day, a normal 70 kg human being would be producing to the tune of 9 liters a day. Now, this liquid, this digestive liquid, in the volume of 9 liters is your normal Agni, is your normal fire, Fire as per Ayurveda is in liquid form. So this is your basic metabolism. Now, you will not be producing these 9 liters if you are stressed. For example, if you are stressed, your mouth goes dry. Now, saliva is a digestive enzyme. It has got amylase and lipase and whatnot. So, when we are stressed, the digestive juices go down. All the channels go into constriction. All the channels narrow. They squeeze. They throw out lesser digestive juices because of stress. And secondly, when you are eating unattentively, what we call mindful eating, if you are not eating mindfully, because you are very smart, so you know, I'm eating with my mouth, and with my eyes I would watch television. With my ears I would listen to a telephone call because I'm very smart. No. Ayurveda says you have to eat with all your 5 senses. Don't put food into your eyes. But you have to appreciate, you have to look at the food, you have to touch your food, you have to smell your food. You know, when the sensory inputs are from all your senses, then your digestive juices are secreted more and more. And more digestive juices means a guarantee, like an assurance towards better digestion. So when your digestive juices are not adequate, or you are eating more than the volume required, then even your 9 liter volume falls short because you're eating too much. Then that particularly uncooked food or half-processed food in your system would be leading to free radical generations or toxic production, or what we call AMA. And this would be starting the cellular failure from your one or multiple organs. So that is where we, coming to Mauritius, I did observe there being so much of non-communicable disease in Mauritius, almost 3 times the world average. I suggested to the education minister, who happens to be the vice prime minister of this country as well, I suggested her, why not to catch them young? You cannot change habits when one is grown up. You know, habits once formed, old habits die hard. So why not to catch them when they are into their habit forming years, when they are aged? Typically when the kids are aged like 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, that is the time to catch them young, to develop their right habits, how to eat, how not to eat, you know, and then they would follow effortlessly all their life. And I assured the vice prime minister, ma'am, that you could be having a healthier generation after 3 decades. Your average could be at par with the global average when it comes to NCD. She was more than happy. And within 3 months, the Mauritian parliament approved my idea to include Ayurveda diet and lifestyle tips and yoga in the primary school curricula. So I have already trained 500 health educators, what they call the health teachers in Mauritius, in the government of Mauritius, Ministry of Education. All the 500 have been trained over a 4-hour session, and they in turn would be teaching their pupils, their students, how to practice Ayurveda. This is a very, very powerful idea, I believe, and that is where I look forward to Dr. Rajiv Gupta. If we can duplicate this idea at as many places as possible, in including his Eat Smart, Live Smart and Think Smart program, which is again a very ambitious, a very game-changing plan. Maybe I can stop for a minute, Dr. Rajiv or Riddhi, if we can have some interaction, some questions, and if I can go ahead, if you permit me.
Yes, absolutely. I think it was absolutely fascinating to learn a little bit more there. And the main takeaway for me was, as the AMA is actually growing, the agni in the stomach is becoming weaker, so the digestive fire is becoming weaker. Is there also correlation to cravings there? Because as we're saying, when people get stressed, they want to go for the sugary foods, or they want to go for the salty foods, and the salty foods causes water retention, and they're holding on to that weight. And if there is a correlation, what is that?
There is a correlation. There is a very strong correlation from Ayurveda. Ayurveda says food gives us happiness.
Right.
Food gives us happiness because if you know about Ayurveda, then we have got 3 biological entities called Vata, Pitta, Kapha.
Yes.
Now, food will increase your kapha, and more kapha means more relaxation, more happiness, better sleep, weight gain. There are positive aspects and there are negative as well. But one thing is for sure, after food, you would be having a better sleep. That is, after food, we feel drowsy. Sometimes after lunch, we are more sleepy. And then we are subconsciously, we are more happy after eating. That is where, without knowing healthcare system, without knowing physiology, without knowing Ayurveda, any 9-to-5 worker under a strict boss knows whenever my boss is like stressing me out, I have to run to the cafeteria and grab like a couple of big burgers and consume, you know, that is what we call binge eating. Because somehow the person who's stressed, he knows subconsciously that eating is something I have a total control over, and after eating I feel happy. So he makes a deal. He eats a lot, buys a temporary happiness, undoes some stress, and in the trade-off, in the bargain, he loses a lot of health. That is where a stress eating or binge eating is a very natural phenomenon which comes, the hunger, this hunger or appetite or this desire or greed, you know, or lust, this comes from mind and not from the body. Your body doesn't require, but your mind requires some happiness. That is how you buy some happiness through binge eating.
Yes, so it's the quick blood sugar spikes, really, isn't it? It's when people tend to overload the stomach during their lunch breaks. So, for example, in Ayurveda, it says to actually have half food, a quarter of water, and then a quarter of empty space. But most of the times when people get stressed, they tend to overwork that stomach. They tend to overwork that digestive fire. And that is part of the problem, because then they're not actually being able to digest the food. And if they can't digest the food, is that what's actually causing the amma to build up?
Exactly. See, if you cannot digest your food well, because the quality of food what you consumed, it was too heavy or too fried, etc. It was taken at wrong time, because you are irregular with your food pattern, your system is not conditioned. Because we know Pavlov's conditioning reflex, the body should know when the food would be coming in. The circadian cycle would be more in sync if we know my food comes in at this time. Then all the organs are already, they have got their own biological clocks. They are more ready at those times. But if you're eating out of nowhere, there is no plan, your organs are not ready with those 9 liters of juices, and you are suddenly putting it food unplanned, or you are eating like you are eating in a trance, you are a semi-conscious, that is what we called mindless eating. If you're not mindful with eating, then your organs are not prepared to receive the food, and most of the food is left undigested, and which is the most important triggerer to amatoxins or free radicals. Vidhi.
So then is it really about the sattva, tamas and rajas? So even if we've then actually got sattvic food, but we've kept it stored in the freezer for, say, a week, it loses some of that properties, it loses some of the nutrition that's within the food, and it starts to become more rajasic and more tamasic. So is that to actually say eat, think, smart, eat, think, be smart, is then to do with actually cultivating a sense of having sattvic, fresh foods that we're able to create?
Sure, yes, of course. Sattvic, rasic, tamasic foods, as you rightly put forth, it surely like goes without saying, you have to eat as sattvic as possible. So as fresh you can, as much of vegetables and God-made food you can consume, as less you depend upon this man-made or super processed food or like overcooked food, you know. The more simplistic you are with your food, and the most importantly, you have to listen to one call. Before every bite, before every meal, there should be a decision. Can I go ahead without this particular bite or this particular meal? If there is a little doubt, if there is an iota of doubt, then Ayurveda says you should say no to food. Because if it is your lunch time and you are in a bit of confusion, should I eat or not? Then your answer should invariably be no. Because in the next meal time, when it is your dinner time, then there won't be any confusion. Then you would be more than sure, I have to eat. Because that time your body really requires food, you know. So Ayurveda says, whenever there is a little doubt, should I eat or not, you should not eat. And Ayurveda very clearly told, how much food should we eat? We have to assess our appetite. And Ayurveda 10,000 years back told, we should only eat 75% volume of our appetite. We should never eat 100%. For solid, liquid, gas states, there are 3 states of matter. Solid, liquid, gas. Your solid food should be 50%. Liquids should be 25%. And gas, that is empty stomach, should be 25%. You should only be eating 75% of your required appetite. Then you would be having 25% surplus digestive enzymes, which would take the best care of your food. And whatever you eat, the best components, the best elements, the best vitamins, minerals would be picked up, and you would have you can have a kind of never before kind of nourishment. You need not go for any superfood or any super expensive imported minerals and vitamins from XYZ pharmaceutical, very expensive, very branded, you know. You don't require any man-made item for to stay healthy.
And
yes,
so
Riddhi.
It's really interesting because as we're speaking about this, it made me think about something, and that is within like a corporate lifestyle, within a busy, hectic lifestyle, as most of us tend to live these days, we don't necessarily have time to actually prepare the food fresh every single day. So we're actually causing problems for ourselves because we tend to get into those stress states and we're not quite sure how to handle the stress. Is it also true to say that sometimes instead of actually going for the food and getting really stressed out and then going for the food, is it perhaps better therefore to have some more jala, to have some more fresh water instead of going?
See, the best suggestion can be you have to prioritize your health. You cannot keep misusing this tool for earning and earning and earning. I have no time. You don't have time because you have to earn. You have to be at your office 7 o'clock or back by 10 p.m. You know, this is not a very wise deal. You have to find time, and eating one fresh meal a day is sufficient. For other times, you can have as fresh as sattvic possible as maybe like fruits or something which is best available in your given situations. So one nicely cooked food, one nice warm meal is more than sufficient. You need not cook 3 times a day or 2 times a day. So that much time you have to find. And this explanation doesn't help anyone. I can claim I don't have any time to cook food. Okay, then don't cook. So this logic doesn't work. Because someone being super busy and no time for food or no time for health, then if one cannot help oneself, no one is going to help that person out. And we have got no suggestions for such persons. We cannot be over available. We cannot be compromising what they want to listen from us. So that is where we have to change the result. We have to change the action somewhere. This might be inconvenient to listen to, inconvenient to practice, but this is correct, and we have to start somewhere, somehow, sometime. The sooner the better. So we keep spreading the message. Everyone would listen sooner or later, Riddhi.
It's fantastic. So whilst you're actually mentioning that, I thought of 2 concepts, and the 2 concepts were proprioception and interoception. So interoception tends to be working on our internal organs as well, right? So as we're actually fueling up the digestive fuel properly, as we're stoking that fire in the right way, we're then able to fuel ourselves up from the inside. So I think a lot of the times the commonality is that in order to be able to fuel up our bodies, we need the nutrition. I'd like to add to that caveat and say we also need the oxygen, because the oxygen is what's giving us the prana. The oxygen is really what's giving us the energy. People tend to be going to the food, the cravings. as you rightly mentioned, they tend to be eating at all hours of the day in order to be able to curb some of that stress. But realistically, they're not listening to their own systems, and the body has its own innate wisdom to be able to heal itself. What are your thoughts on that?
Yes, body has got a wisdom which goes beyond this body. You know, will you believe the cells have got a memory of like 500 years and more. Your memory doesn't die with you. It has got like every living, every life form, every human being, animal has got an innate memory. You know, that the moment you are born, as we see on like National Geographic and Discovery Channel, the moment an animal is born, the animal very much knows who are the friends and who are the foes. A deer knows, you know, since the day a deer was born, the deer knows how, like, it has to run away from lions and hyenas, you know. So you rightly put, we have got a memory, a cellular memory, a circadian cycle, which goes beyond this body as well in the genetic memory. Yeah. And surely we have to, whatever correction we can bring in. We could be committing mistakes because we were not knowing, but once we know, then we have to bring them in as soon as possible with a strong commitment.
And as you mentioned, old habits die hard. And that is one of the things that we tend to find ourselves in, is this continuous habit loop, which is then actually bringing together all the neurons, and the neurons are firing off in a particular way, and it's causing us to have a particular result, kind of like the Pavlov's theory. How can we actually integrate the useful information of Ayurveda into the NHS? Where do you see it fitting?
Yes, we have designed a plan, because whenever we suggest someone to change habits, then we have designed a 21 days plan.
Right.
You only have to do it. You don't have to analyze it. You don't have to assess it. You don't have to judge it. You should not question, why am I doing this? You only have to do it. If you go ahead with the plan without any thinking, without any baggage on your mind, oh, I heard this about that, from that doctor, from that person, from my experience. If you forget everything and you can practice that nice plan for 21 days, you will very much be into your new habits, and it will be more easier than ever before to roll on with the same.
Yes, they say it takes 21 days to be able to change a habit as well. So actually practicing that, and I think part of that is actually to do with the continuity behind it and doing that on a day-to-day basis. Because what tends to happen, and I've seen this happen with fad diets as well, people tend to start on a cycle, they tend to start something, and then they don't sustain that over a longer period of time. So by actually doing it continuously over the space of 21 days, they're giving themselves a chance to be able to adapt their bodies, to adapt their minds, to be able to adapt their prana. And I think that's really important.
True.
Fantastic. So then
we can welcome some more questions. Maybe Dr. Mridu, if you can unmute and you can add some value, or you can put some questions for the audience from their behalf.
Good afternoon, good evening, sir. You have just explained in a very, very nice language, and even it's a very new concept even for me to understand. I've never thought of taking the food with solid, liquid, and gas form, because I have been more into that the Ayurvedic terminology. So this is really a very nice concept to understand, and it's very easy for even to the layman to understand this.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. And Dr. Mridu Sharma, I understand that you're working a lot with pain during Ayurveda as well, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Talk me through that. How does everything fit together?
Sorry?
So because with pain, it's something that can actually be very physical, but can also be very mental and emotional,
yes.
right?
Yes.
So
yes.
I see and do correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I see Ayurveda working a lot more on like the mental, emotional level. If there's something physically wrong, then somebody can go to a doctor and have an operation, and more or less, most of the time, it will help them to a certain degree. I see Ayurveda as working on two levels. One of that is from the outside inwards, and the other one is from the inwards outwards.
Yeah.
And so how does pain fit into this dynamic?
Actually, pain, you have said it right. Pain is mostly emotional because the pain is just not the physical thing, it's an emotional thing, and it is almost felt by every person in almost every disease. Because whenever there's a pain, there's an uneasiness, we feel that something is wrong with our body, with our mind. We need to like look into our body or what is happening with our body. So the pain is the main symptom, or you can say main sign which tells the person that yes, there is something I need to look into and something is happening. There are physical pain, emotional pain, psychological pain due to some triggering factors. Also there is a trauma also due to which pain occurs, and then there is a physical pain due to like joint pain or some kind of conditions like osteoarthritis, rheumatoid arthritis. Then there's a stress headache, which is totally a psychological condition. And there's also abdominal pain, which is mostly the psychological or the indigestion or the arm concept elaborated by sir. So there's different kind of pains, and we will have to manage each and every pain according to its origin, its type, and how it is affecting the person. Because in Ayurveda, what we say, Purusham Vikshe, that like we have to like look into each and every patient with a different aspect. Same medicine is not suitable for each and every patient. We have to look into the Prakriti, dosh, and everything. And as pain is related to, if we have to relate pain to any of the dosha, it's the Vata dosh, because it is also said Vayo Binana Ruja. So if there's a pain, there's an aggravation or the visheshan of Vata dosh. So either it can be on the physical level or on the psychological level. So whenever there's a visheshan, we have to just make the balance between the Vata dosh so the pain can be reduced. And there are certain drugs and everything to help with.
Yes. So it actually then brings to mind one of the things which I've been studying recently, which is when the mind tends to get stressed, we tend to hold that stress in the body. The body then starts to get tense, so the muscles start to tense up. And that is really useful for the short term because it helps us with like the fight, flight, freeze mode.
Yeah.
But then the body doesn't always turn itself off, even after the stressor has left. How can Ayurveda help with this?
Yeah, actually, what we say that whenever there's some condition, there's the visheshan of any of the doshas. It can be physical as well as mental. If we say of physical, there are Vat, Pitta, and Kapha. And if we say of mental, there are Raj and Tam. And they are also interrelated. Like for the Raj, there's a Vat. For Tam, there's a Kapha. So whenever there's a psychological visheshan of the doshas, it's very highly likely that the physical doshas will also be involved. And once there's a visheshan, like if you are saying that if the stress is reduced also, then the physical symptoms take time to go off. That is because the mental doshas have impacted our physical doshas also. And by the time we have done meditation, yoga, or anything we have done, we have calmed our mental doshas, but physical doshas are still not in the normal position. So it takes time until they are totally balanced again.
Right. So what are some of the ways that you would help to be able to balance and to bring the body and the mind back into a state of homeostasis?
Yeah, the first thing, like Dr. Ish said, diet is the very major, and food is a very major, plays a very major role in each and every condition of the body. Like if you want your body to be healthy, you should look after your food, like what you are eating. There should not be arm formation, because whenever there's an arm formation, the total nutrition of the body is either blocked or is not properly circulated among the body. And along with the nutrition, the free radicals also moves into the body and causes some kind of diseases or any kind of condition can be like occurred. The second thing is like how you manage your body with exercise and meditation. You need to be active, physically active, so that your body functions well. It's a machinery only, so it works well when it is in motion. So you have to, like, I don't recommend excess of gym or excess of yoga. Excess of everything is bad. And specifically in the joint pain conditions, you can't tell the patient to just run and do the lot of stressful activities. But what you can do, you should be active. And the third thing is you should use the medicines or the home kitchen drugs, kitchen like spices, which are good for your body according to your doshas, so that your doshas are balanced, your prakriti is balanced, and you don't face any kind of like little ailments. You can just manage it according on the kitchen level. And the next one is, as I'm from that side only, the panchkarma, I stress it very much that one should do the massage and steam regularly. If steam not possible, at least one should massage their body, so that there will be no vitiation of vata and no pain will occur. And it is said in Ayurveda that a person should massage daily. And if he can't massage full body, he should at least massage his head, his feet, and his ears. You have to massage it, so that there will be no like vitiation of vata.
Yes, and as you're a Panchakarma expert, could you show us the method of which to use when actually doing the massage? Is it like a circulation method, or is it stroking the arm upwards and downwards? Like, how does that work?
Actually, when we say massage, we say in the direction of hair follicles.
Right.
Yeah, you have to do it in the direction of hair follicles, and on the joint, you have to do the circular motion. And there's also a concept that after how many time does that oil reaches the layers of the body. So in general, if you are doing a full body massage, you should do at least 20 to 25 minutes. Like it is said in Ayurveda, there's a terminology to measure. There's a matra. There's a terminology you can like divide it in 1/16 of a second. In 1/16 of a second, if you massage your body, the oil reaches the skin. And then the next, the blood, the next level, and eventually it reaches the last level, that is the Shukra Dhatu. So you have to at least massage, if you are going to massage your body fully, then you should massage at least 20 to 25 minutes, minimum.
Right. And is there like a certain way that you'd go through the body, or would you start at the top and go down to the feet, or is there a particular set way?
No, there's not like a fixed pattern, but if you are going to take a professional massage, or if you are going to do that, there are 7 postures mentioned, and then you can do in that postures. In that, whole body is covered. You have to, the first, you can massage your legs by extending them, and your arms like this, then on a supine position, then on left lateral, then on prone, then on right lateral, something. There are 7 postures mentioned. So you can do that there in that pattern, whole body is covered.
Nice. So then that really is the concept of actually having oils in a particular way, right? So having different combinations according to somebody's prakriti and vakriti.
Yes, yes.
To be able to balance the system to bring it into a state of homeostasis, right?
Yeah.
So it's really working from the outwards, going inwards.
Actually, your voice is broken in between.
So it's really about actually the oil massages themselves. It's about having something external and bringing that into an internal. So for example, by absorbing the oils themselves, the body starts to then feel a state of balance, a state of homeostasis, because it's actually bringing in those properties from the oil.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
The massage of the oil is definitely an external procedure, but as I told you, if you do it for a certain time, it reaches the different levels of the body. And for the internal vitiation of vata, diet should be improved. We should have like properly cooked food. a bit of ghee in it, or like properly, not totally dry food is not recommended in Ayurveda. We prefer to have a food like with little bit of you can say ghee, or like the oils we use, like olive oil or any kind of oil. We intend to use it so that vat also gets like normalizes, and it also helps in the better digestion. It initiates our agni, which digests the food, and all other activities are performed by the agni also.
Nice. Dr. Rajiv Gupta, I can see you're joining us back on screen.
It's fantastic. So I think it's extremely useful. There are a couple of things I wanted to ask. So you mentioned about this massage. So first thing is about how is Ayurvedic massage different from other massage? Because I know in UK, massage is very traditional and common, and people go to relax having massage. How is Ayurvedic massage different? And can people do at home? And if there are any particular essential oils or particular natural things they can use for a particular type of pain, like backache different, and joint pains different, and headache different, and like if they have chest pain,
Yeah,
probably worth having a
yes. The main difference between Ayurvedic massage and other massage system, which I think, is that we use oils according to the dosh visheshan and prakriti of the person. Like it is clearly mentioned that if you want to give massage to a vat prakriti person, you should use oil. If you want to give massage to a pitta prakriti person, you should use ghee or clarified butter. And if you want to give massage to a kapha prakriti person, then again oil is good. You cannot massage him with ghee. It is not good for the kapha dosh person. And second, we use medicated oils instead of essential oils. Like there are Sahacharadi tail, which is very good in the cough condition. There's a Mahanarayan tail, very easily available. I think everywhere it is available. If there's a radiating pain, we have a different kind of oil, Prasarini tail, we can use that. And we do the two type of like Abhyang, you can say, is mentioned in Ayurveda. One is Abhyang and one is Udvartan. Abhyang is in the direction of hair follicles. Udvartan is against the direction of hair follicles. So if there's a condition of cough and there's you can say obstruction, then we can massage it according against the hair follicles, so that obstruction can be easily removed instead of like doing in the direction. So if you want to give nourishment to the body, you can massage in the direction of the hair follicles. And if you want the body to like for the weight loss or anything, there's also dry powder massage, that is Udvartan. And there's also Snigdh Udvartan, which is mixed with oil. So if you want to do that, then you have to do it against the direction of the hair follicles. And again, the timing, the postures, the whole body is covered. And after the Abhyang, there's also Swedan, so that oil gets in the body and all the stiffness and all the heaviness and all the pain is also removed after the Swedan.
So, sorry, question back here before I give it back to Riddhi, is that how would they know there is obstruction and in which direction to do the massage? You, as Ayurveda expert, might know it, but for our audience, how and what best they can do at home?
Actually, like you can see in the varicose vein condition, if you do it in the direction of hair follicle, it will not be of much use, because the flow of blood is obstructed for the above side. So you have to do it against the direction of hair follicle, so that your blood flow gets normal. So according to condition, if there is not a specific condition, you should do in the direction of hair follicles only. But if there is a specific condition where you feel that you are getting more relieved, you are not getting any relief by doing the massage in the direction of hair follicles, so you should definitely try it against. And if you are getting any relief, then you can continue it.
That's a very, very good point. So try in the direction of hair follicle, and if it's not enough relief. But you wonderfully mentioned about varicose vein. Are there any other conditions where it will be more beneficial?
In cuff predominant conditions, or in any condition where there is a blockage, like you can see in some joint conditions, you can see there's a little bit of formation. The person is saying, I have this very stiffness and it is not getting relieved. I think my joint is paining because I have this kind of growth is happening. So in that condition specifically, in my personal practice, I have seen that if you do it against the direction of hair follicles, the patient gets much relief.
Fantastic. One more question before I let you go back is about neuropathy. You mentioned about this massage or whatever.
Yeah.
And I believe so what will be the best option? I'm asking about massage and any other Ayurvedic medications for neuropathic pain, because that's very common, and in our medical science, there is no specific treatment. We give painkillers, and there are some painkillers which are a little bit more specific for those conditions. But again, many of these have quite significant side effects because they are neurotropic. So from Ayurveda point of view, are there any safe, effective medication that can be used?
Yes, as far as neuropathic pain is concerned, the best like treatment available is oil. You can either massage. If the patient is having tenderness, you can use the parishik, that is putting oil from a certain height, medicated oil, warm oil from a certain height, so that body gets the nutrition it needs, and patients like pain is also taken into consideration. Like there's a concept of kati basti, griva basti, that is for the condition of the patient to get it, like to give the nourishment to the bones and the majja dhatu.
That's fantastic. In fact, I remember once we were in Kerala and the guy has done that warm oil massage onto the head and rest of the body, which is very useful and relaxing because we were tired. And once you're tiring, going from UK, traveling a lot in Kerala everywhere. So it does help. That's fantastic. So yeah, probably back to Riddhi, and then I'll ask in question if I need to.
Yeah, so I think it's fantastic to actually have their different oil systems and the way that they actually work to be able to alleviate different conditions. And you also mentioned about food and exercise. And how do you see all of these different things coming together? Because we've got the food, we've got the exercise, we've got the oils. How can one really have a holistic approach to this?
Like if you massage your body, like think it as a machine. You first oil the machine and then you make it work. It will work more smoothly. So in the same way, when you massage the body and then do the exercise, in Ayurveda it is said that you should always do it Ardha Shakti, that is half the strength of the body. If you think you can like do the exercise for 1 hour, and then you should do it for 30 minutes. Because in that condition, none of your doshas will be imbalanced, and you will feel the energy. You should not feel tired after the exercise. That is the basic concept. There should be sweating. There should be like increase in breath for a short duration, but there should not be tiredness. That is the main difference between the Ayurvedic terminology of exercise and workout and the other concepts. Because in gym, we usually work out until we feel tired. So that is not the concept of Ayurveda. We believe that we should do half the strength of the body, exercise up to the half the strength of the body. So there are many things you can do. You can take a walk. You can do the specific exercises for the joints if any joint is involved in pain, or you can do the yoga. Yogasanas are very effective. And if I have to like prescribe that what should be done, then instead of any other exercise, I would prefer yogasanas. That is for me.
Yes, because even in yoga, they say Stiram Sukham Asana, which is about having comfortable positions, not pushing the body to a point of pain and point of tension, but actually just having more flexibility in order to be able to get some more movement into the body. And I feel like that's one of the things that we actually tend to miss, especially when we've got professionals that are working these long jobs and they're in a state of stress, they're in a state of flux.
Yes.
They're locking down their bodies because they end up sitting at their desks, most of the time really slouchy, and they're not really feeling great either. It's affecting their prana, it's affecting their emotions. So in one of these states, about actually just being able to go for a little walk and to be able to correct, again, it comes back to a state of alignment, to be able to correct the body in those positions. And so that they are a lot more aware. And I think a lot of this does come back down to a sense of awareness.
Yeah. Actually, in yogasana, there's two concepts. First, there'll be stability. There will be no stress in any of the joint, muscles, or ligaments. And third thing is the breathing will also be controlled by each and every asana, because whatever asana, yogasana you are going to do, you are also going to control your breath. You will inhale in one position and exhale in next position. So the two things are happening here. One is you are getting a good, like, kind of stress-free exercise. Due to breathing, your mind will also be relaxed, and due to all the yogasanas, your body will also be relaxed. So it's like a total package where your mind, body and soul, everything will be will be in a good condition after doing the yogasana.
And it's actually really fabulous because I've seen it happen in some of my yoga classes where at the beginning of the classes, they come in feeling a sense of stress, they come in feeling a sense of tension, they're not in the best place emotionally or energetically. And then as they're going through the class and they're moving themselves into these different asanas, they're focusing on their breath, they're becoming more aware of how they're moving their body, of how they're moving their breath. It also has an amazing effect on the mind. It helps the mind to relax. So therefore, when they're actually moving into these different positions and they're relaxing as they go along, they're in a state of shavasana and they're being able to let go of all of those tensions. Something phenomenal happens by the end of the class where they are able to be in a completely different state to when they first walked in. And it's just amazing to actually see them going through this journey, to be able to relax themselves, but also to have a deeper sense of prana building within. That's actually working on a deeper sense of emotions, a deeper sense of cultivating that sense of stillness within. And I feel like that's something that Ayurveda works really closely with as well.
Yeah, because whenever yoga is a healing process. It might take some time, but it is like irreversible. If your body is once corrected, it's very you cannot think that it will be like bad again. It is healed only. So the concept of diet, yoga, and including the panchkarma in your life is that your body gets healed, your tissues gets repaired and rejuvenated.
And is that also about circulating the oxygen properly throughout the whole system? So it helps on the cellular level as well, doesn't it? With each and every single cell, especially like what Dr. Ishji was showing with us earlier, where the whole system works together. The whole body-mind vehicle is one that enables us to feel a better sense of being.
Yeah, definitely.
Fantastic.
Okay. Can I ask you a question in that case? What would you recommend? Like, it's very common for people now, winter is coming through, to have that, what they call is recurrent cough, respiratory infection, etc. And I believe that, it could be a dosha of, I don't know, whatever. Respiratory system, it doesn't confine to one system. What would you suggest people do in a natural way so that they don't have, could be kapha dosha, but it may or may not be. It is what else is there, what else people look for and try and address it, particularly if you think any particular food, particular exercise, activity, and if there are simple Ayurveda medicines which people can buy on counter.
First thing which I will suggest, because I'm from Panchkarma, so I have a special interest in that. The first thing which is mentioned is you should warm the mustard oil and put salt in it and massage it on chest and back. And after that, there's a Sankar Swed. Sankar Swed is not possible at home or anything. So you can take a hot water bottle bag and put it in the area where you have applied the oil. So the respiratory problem will be very like much reduced, and you can do it daily also. And as far as the food is related, you should eat the warm food, fresh food specifically. And it is also mentioned that you should take your food before the sun sets if you have any kind of respiratory problem. It is because after the sun sets, our digestion also gets slow. So if you want a good digestion, you should like generally eat your food meal before the sun sets or before the night. So around 7 p.m. we suggest before 7 p.m. you can have your dinner. And you should use the spices, like there's ginger, dry ginger powder, which is very good. And in case of medication also, you can use dry ginger, or there will be like black pepper, that is very good. You can mix it with honey and you can use it.
Fantastic.
And warm water, that is of great help.
So two things. It's very interesting. You said 7 o'clock. In UK, the sun sets at 3 o'clock in winter.
Yeah, I was assuming that. But according, if there's a condition like in India, we have a normal.
I understand. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's very good. Excellent. The other thing, apart from ginger, are there any foods to avoid? Like, I don't know, banana, watermelon, whatever, I don't know. And which foods, when you mention warm food, just for purpose of our audience, mention which are actually warm foods, because then people start using more of that in winter.
One thing is like there's a like urad dal. I don't know what I can say.
Fine, people understand urad, whatever.
Yeah,
if not, they can
urad
Google
dal
it.
is good. Urad dal is good. You can have ghee. You can use warm water for normal warm water should be used. You should not drink cold water. Lukewarm water or warm water is good. And you can avoid like curd. You can avoid tea, coffee, or any thing like that which can aggravate your respiratory condition. There are certain things which are specific to some person. So if that person knows, then he or she should avoid that.
It's interesting you say people use tea and coffee for cough and cold. Are you saying that is good to use, or you're saying you should avoid it?
If you are using it like once or twice a day, then it is good. Because if you are using it more than that, then no, it is definitely not for cough and cold, but for respiratory condition. It is not good. For cough and cold, it's a temporary condition and you might need some warm fluids in your body. So in that condition, one can take it like 2-3 times and it helps also. And tulsi is also very good. Honey is very good.
Also, you mentioned about ginger, which is good. What about cinnamon and cumin and clove? Because I heard clove is very, very
Clove is very good. Cinnamon is also very good. It's also warm in nature, so it's very good in such conditions. But again, there are some things, these cannot be used in excess because they have a specific oils in it. So someone has to like take it with caution.
And what about the, like, when people, are they suitable for all type of doshas or different compositions of the body, or people have to really be careful about any particular?
It is good for Vata and Kapha doshas. For Pitta condition, excess of ginger actually can cause some problem. Dry ginger is good.
That's fantastic. So let's move to the other side. I know we are in winter, but gastroenteritis is also very common, and how tummy ache is happening now, not in full form of gastroenteritis. What would you suggest for that?
The first thing I suggest, if someone is having an abdominal pain or any kind of gaseous condition, so one thing I always tell them that take a glass of warm water, like it should be more than usual. You can say tea warm water, and put a pinch of black salt in it and drink it. It helps in relieving the gaseous condition and also helps in relieving the pain. I use it very much for my patient and it has very good results. And besides that, I recommend them to use like hing, asafoetida, and cumin powder or carom seeds. That is very good. You can say ajwain is very good for abdominal pain.
I think that is really good. The other thing I don't understand, probably I think Riddhi can help. The whole detoxification process is very interesting. So how we can do it in day-to-day busy life? I know Panchkarma is kind of this end, complete detoxification, your body is as good as gold. But how people who are busy in life, how and what they should do to regularly detoxify in a natural way?
In a natural way, one should, the only Panchkaram which you can do by yourself is first is the Abhyang, the massage. The second one is nasal suppletion, which is mentioned in our like daily routine. That also with the permission and with the proper guidance of the doctor, that which oil or what should one use. That is a kind of detoxification that comes under Panchkarma. So that is good for the body. And all other Panchkarmas like Vaman, Virechan, Basti, a person should always do it under the guidance of the doctor and not by themselves.
So at that point, because we don't have not a well-structured whole Ayurveda system here, say for example in UK, and I know it needs to be done, are there any places which you think are reliable and people can watch and do, or what are the alternatives?
I think one of the things that they can actually do is, as we were mentioning earlier, a state of intermittent fasting. The sun tends to be setting a lot earlier. I don't recommend cutting off food at 3 p.m. That's probably not a wise thing to do, but having a certain window. So say, for example, if your last meal is at 8, your next meal isn't until 8 in the morning. You give yourself that 12-hour gap.
Yes,
and what that basically does is it calms down the stomach. It enables, because when your stomach is a lot more relaxed, your mind is also a lot more relaxed. That would be the ideal time to do certain kriyas, such as Kapalabhati or Anuloma Viloma. And Kapalabhati is all about being able to throw out some of that ama, throwing out some of those toxins. Because a lot of the times when we're sitting at a desk, we don't tend to breathe into the lower parts of our lungs. So the air gets trapped. So by actually doing Kapalabhati, we're clearing out those lungs. And then we're able to put in fresh air through things like Anuloma Viloma. We're also then got the balance of the Ida and the Pingala Naris leading up to the Shushumna Nari. So it's all about purification, detoxification.
Yes, yes, you are right. Intermittent fasting is also a type of detoxification one can do by themselves. And again, the Kapalabhati, and this is another way of doing the detoxification.
I think wonderful you brought in there, Riddhi, about the breathing to detoxify, because all our oxygen is not reaching the right place. Our carbon dioxide is retained, which when combined with water make carbonic acid and lactic acid and all that. If you're not breathing effectively, we are not really clearing out, which is the apparent toxic substance. So I'm going to come back to both of you, because both of you are kind of very good at it. In terms of breathing, what breathing can be done to really help the body keep maintenance? I would call it like, regular MOT on a day-to-day basis, so that body doesn't really depart from a healthy situation. And also what conditions we can rectify back just by simple breathing techniques.
So if I may, I just want to go back to a point that you've just raised there, which is the muscle deficiency and the lactic acid that's actually being built up in our bodies on a day-to-day basis. And one of the things that we could even do is to go for a walk. Instead of taking the escalators, we use the stairs instead. Instead of actually sitting at our desks and eating lunch, we go out and we get some fresh air. It's simple things that people can start to do on a day-to-day basis. And what this does is it prevents the muscles from being less efficient. So it prevents the lactic acid from building up in the muscles, and it enables the whole system to be able to oxygenate, to be able to move the blood, to be able to circulate the blood all around the body, to be able to oxygenate the body properly, as well as the mind. And that enables them to feel a sense of increased prana when they come back to the desk. Again, instead of going to things like, as we mentioned earlier, the sugars, the chocolates, the fizzy drinks, the crisps, the biscuits, it's just about having natural detoxification, natural purification. And it's so important, but yet again, it's one of those things that are easily missed, easily overlooked. And it's about bringing that back into our day-to-day lives.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I would just like to add one thing. Then one should like breathe deeply, inhale deeply, and just exhale also with like full strength, but inhale should be double. That is because it is said in Ayurveda that if you inhale like deeply, you will, like your lung capacity will also be increased and proper oxygen can reach your body.
And also in yoga, we actually have something called yogic breathing, which is a 3-level breathing. So we start with the stomach, we inhale into the stomach, then we inhale into the chest, and then we inhale into the clavicles. A lot of the times when you get stressed, when you get locked down, we don't tend to be going through those 3 levels as we should. So that, again, it inhibits the breathing, but enabling the lungs to work properly as they should is one of the key things that we can do. And it's so easy to do. We can do it anywhere and everywhere that the air is good enough, to just be able to breathe in a little bit deeper, to become more aware of our postures, of our positions, and then to be able to let go, release and relax. And I think that is just as important, to be able to let go, relax and release in that way, so that we don't hold on to that tension, we don't hold on to that stress. We're able to bring in new oxygen, to be able to oxygenate the body and the mind properly, which then has a knock-on effect throughout our day. So in essence, what we're doing is becoming more mindful with our day-to-day activities. It's not just something that we have to do on the Ayurvedic table when we go for massages, or something that we have to do on the yoga mat, or something that we're doing during meditation. It's something that we can bring into our day-to-day lives.
Fantastic. Chris, do you want to add something else? I want to ask one more question before that. Chris, is there anything you want to ask at this point?
In response to what was the questions, but to the back, there's one back pain I've seen come up on the thing. Is that what you're talking about? Or because I missed this bit, so I had to go and sort this thing out.
Fine. Yeah, no, I think we were talking about overall, how do we detoxify the body and how we can use foods, how intermittent fasting helps.
One of the things, there's 2 actual movements that do the the solid organs and the empty organs. And one of them, where you just put your hands out like this, right? And all you do is you breathe in, but your belly swell out. So it's reverse breathing as we know it, sort of thing. And then when you do this, you push your arms back like that, you breathe out. And you build up to this, but in total, to get all the organs working together, to cut including the lungs and heart and everything. I'll send you a script out and you can send it out. And you do that, and you build it up to 250 times, which sounds a heck of a lot, because obviously you're not used to doing this business. And then the other one is for the other organs. You put your hands over your head like this, and you wait till your hands start to tingle or go heavy, and all you do is stand there like a tree, if you like, up to that. And then as they get really heavy, you let the hands drop and come right the way down to the ground. So we're not going to do this because I'll disappear to the ground. And then when you get in that position, when you're coming up, you don't just lift up. So you've got a ball in your hands and you're holding it, your knees bent, and then come up with your knees bent and then straighten up again. Now, you only do that one 3 times. It's fairly effective. But the other one, do you reckon you do it, 250 times? But it's like a sort of moving yoga position, if you like. And it does work, but it's a bit of a pain when you've got to do the 250 one for you. But I'll send you a copy of that as well. I've written out before for people, and then you can just send it out, and it should slot in with quite a few of these, which would just be useful possibly to them.
So I think that's brilliant.
If I may, I wanted to actually get back to the things that you're actually saying about being able to just be pumping the body and getting the oxygen into the body whilst we're actually sitting, right? So just by actually just moving our arms in particular positions, being able to pump the body in particular positions, we're able to oxygenate the body. Do you also think that there's an emotional element to this as well? Do you think that by moving the breath in a particular way, we can start to release some of those emotions that people are holding on to?
Oh yeah, everything's emotional, unfortunately. And some people, what's strange to one person, they think, what the heck's up with them? Well, no, it's their condition. Now, breathing is well, I can't tell you do yoga, and it's a really important thing. So what you do is the yoga positions are brilliant. If you can combine that with the breathing, as you're saying, so there's just different techniques of breathing to expel rubbish, if you like. And with, for example, somebody's got a problem with high blood pressure, right? It's breathing. What you do is get your hands here above your heart, yeah? And what you do is press down to the pubic bone and then out. But I'm going to better stand up again. You get sick of me standing up, I think. So what you do is here and hands down, because you're pushing the energy down. There's another one I'll show you in a sec for low blood pressure. And you go, out there, bring your hands back in this way and down again, because you're putting the and then again. You do it for 9 times, and that'll check your blood pressure with a blooming thing. Going after 9, it'll go down. If you need to and you've got a problem with it, do it 18, do it 36. So you're jumping, right? In other words, 2 9s are 18, and then there's 27, and there's 36. So if you feel it's really bad, do it 36 times. It doesn't take long, but you think it does when you're doing the heart. Now, the other one for low blood pressure is you get your hands like this and upwards, and you got no sound. You just, in other words, what you always do, breathe good, and then put your hands out there, and then lift it again, and then lift it again. So for high, it's down. From the other one, you're lifting it, and you're lifting up this what's called do channel, right? You've got Ren channel down your back and do channel up the front. So and they're just energy channels, really. So when you're doing this one, it's breathe up, and then when you're doing that one, it's breathe in and down the other way. So they work. I think there's quite a few different breathing exercises, but if you combine them with what you do with the people you work with, you just give them an extra help. Now, if as an example, I was showing the other one before, where you've got your hands like this. Now, this is where you bang, 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 3, 9, 9, and then 9, 9, 9, 9. And then what you're doing now, because you're not pushing any energy down, you're not pushing energy up, you're dredging down the meridians down the front of your body. So all these channels and that down the front. And ladies have got a few more than men, funny enough, like you just push down like that. So you breathe in, bring your hands out like that. But when you bring them, like that. So when you bring them in, they're like this, right, and turn them. So all you do is that way for a problem where you're really struggling. This way, so you're not pushing, you're not pulling, you're just dredging. Pericardium 8 connection points, you're dredging down your body. So that's for high blood pressure, that's for low blood pressure, and this other one is just general. In other words, neither up nor down, it's just dredging all the way down. Is that okay?
That's really amazing, because when it comes to hypnotherapy, and I know you actually mentioned hypnotherapy earlier, and it's really interesting because the heart is sometimes where we lock down some of those emotions, right? So people tend to beat themselves up. They tend to be really hard on themselves. But by acceptance, forgiveness, and a sense of love, they're able to really control and to bring into balance some of those things that are going on for them, so they're not so hard on themselves, right?
Well, the other way of doing that, you see, is if you get your hands like this and you're emotional and you go and then breathe in and then so all you're doing there is just getting shut of that emotion that's in your heart at that moment in time, because this thinks it and the emotion cuts in, it moves, so it gets shut of it, and then fresh energy in like that. There's other things where you massage your heart clockwise, right, if you've got a problem, but they're normally for diseases that you've got, and then you do it the other way around. You're always, if you like, you're getting shut of it, the rubbish out, you always massage it clockwise. So there's the clock facing you clockwise. And then if you then got shut of it out there, you then massage. But now if you've got on your chest here, obviously you're going clockwise, and then you go on anti-clockwise when you finish it. So you normally do 18 of them, but that's a different ball game again. You see, it's just a different technique. But most people, if you give them something, the harsh sound is absolutely amazing because it's a natural thing with everybody over the world. Somebody's got a problem and you say, look, you sort it this way, and you go, and what you do, so it's probably universally bloody out there for years and years, thousands of years, and people just go, fed up with that. But then if you give them something to do with their hands and explain that does get shut of it, it's then talking to this thing, do that and get shut of your rubbish.
And there's also something about relaxing the jaw as well, right? So being able to just hang it loose, which then relaxes the mind at the same time. For people that tend to be overthinking, tend to be over analytical, by enabling that to happen, they're using their body to be able to assist them on that process.
The other thing with that one, you see, is that the 21 ancient Taoist movements for good health, which you'll send to Rajiv, and he can send it out to you if you want. I mean, you don't have to, but you contact him because he's got you all down on the list. You start off with that one, and again, it's 9. This is, Qigong, Chinese medicine with donkey's years. You do this with your neck, and you let it crack, crick. If you've got something problem with it, crack, crick. Don't worry, just gently. There's no, and you do it slow. So you rotate it clockwise. So believe it or not, there's a clock. So you're watching the clock go around like that, and you do it 9 times, and then you rotate backwards the other way 9 times. And you're there clicking or cracking, but I mean, if you're doing yoga, you probably won't, but other people who you're helping will. And it's also good for the neck as well. Some people have got sciatic problems. So what you do is give them that and tell them to bang a gallbladder point there on the back. And you find a bit tender in one place, not tender in the other. It doesn't matter, yin and yang. So when you rotate your head around like this, then after that, believe it or not, they do this one. So it's not down, it's not up, it's channels all down. And then you go through the others, which are this one, 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 and so on. But it's, I've listed them all with little pictures where the acupressure points are. You don't, and you can use the palm of your hand for this, or you can use your fingers, whichever you like. As an example, I was doing something in a dojo for this karate guy, big, strong lad. And I was fixing a few of them, and I pointed out this gallbladder point, and I just went like that. flaked out on a thing. So I put energy in him, and it wasn't good for him. He just flaked out on the floor, and he was a big, strong lad. So you've got to be careful with what you do, because then you've got to re-zap it, like, if you like. But doing yoga, you can tie these in. Well, you can tie it in with all kinds, really, if it's something that's got a problem. Yeah.
And then when we're using the palm of the hand to be able to pump onto different parts of the body, is that similar to like an emotional freedom technique as well? So in other words, can they use a mantra, or can they use an affirmation at the same time?
It's EFT, emotional freedom technique. Now, EFT really is based on acupuncture, acupressure, and whatever. Right now, it's energy therapy. So emotional freedom technique or energy, it's all energy. Now, people who do yoga are brilliant because they're stretching all of them in time. So with me at my age, if I stretch, I'd probably fall off the cart. So here, right, if you do this with your things, that's it. You see kids when they're upset and you go, and that is what they're doing, is they're getting all of these acupressure points. But again, pericardium base, crossover, helping. And you can put your hands like this as well. So it's very, very, very useful to have all these. But I can bang a few of them over as well if you want.
That also seems like a sense of comforting as well. Because when people tend to comfort themselves, they tend to be in that position as well, right?
Protection, right? It's a psychological thing. If somebody's standing there and you're talking to them and they go like that, cross their arms, that's protection. Or it's, I think this fella's daft, or this young lady's talking no sense. Both. So, and it's a protective thing. Now, where is it going across? Going across your heart, believe it or not. So all these movements that you see people doing, if you're watching all the time, which I can't help myself, I'll see somebody walking along the road and I'll go, he's got a problem with his Achilles, he's got something else, he's got, it's just, you're watching them all the time. Now, doctors are great at that because they see people all the time. And as soon as you walk in, you think, yeah, and they've got the area of the body that's thing. And so every little helps, they say, if you could share it.
And that's where it really crosses over into the medical world as well, isn't it? Because then you're actually able to see the way that people are walking. You're able to see the way that people are moving.
One of the things with the medical profession in the UK is it's like this book, and they could use it as well as stuff they've been. Crikey, I wouldn't know what medicines they give somebody. Obviously you've got antibiotics and all this. And a lot of the medicines you get and you think, by gosh and golly gee, look at the bloody side effects this has. So there's always that to it. So doctors have got great experience and have gone through 6, 7 or more years training in the physical side of the body. And some of them then, specialize in hearts, some of them guts, some of them muscles, some of them in spine, neurological stuff, the lot. But they specialize, so they know more than you or I or anybody else does. But if they could all talk to each other and combine them, it'd be great.
And it's also about breaking some of those habits, aren't they? Because as they say, old habits die hard. People tend to get themselves stuck into all kinds of habits, which they tend to take with them through life. Yeah. So by actually using some of these techniques, as you're kindly showing us, to be able to move the body in a particular way, to be able to pump the oxygen, to be able to pump the body, what they're really starting to do then is to start to rewire some of those neurons, to start to fire off a different spot.
Yeah, without a doubt. That's why with this, see, people say I've got this gut feeling. Now the reason for that is the gut has got neurons and synapses and so on, same as this brain. I think this has got about 8.5 million of them, right, which is a heck of a lot. So it's all the time. The heart, where people have had heart transplants, and said, I've got this funny memory of this, and I've got a funny memory of this or this. And that's because the heart, the transplant person, has had these experiences, and the dendrites and synapses and so on and so forth here have remembered it. And, you know, you think, and then the gut, of course, has got, I think the heart's got about 450,000 of these, which is not as much as the brain, because the brain's working all the time. And the gut's got about 500, don't know the figure, but it's around about 550. So this brain has got more than this brain in a thing, interconnection. This is the one that does all it, taking it, because it's protection. It sees something, oh, don't like that, and runs away. The same as phobias. People are frightened of spiders. Now, it may be that Auntie Mary was a big, loving woman who had a baby this big, and she goes, and all of a sudden, Auntie Mary sees a little spider this big, and she goes, whoa. The little child thinks, whatever that is, it's scary, and remembers it from that very young age. You can shift it, but you've got to just, you know, find out what the phobia is. I had a guy, and one time working for me years ago, and he was a big, strong lad. If seen a spider that big, he'd run out of the workshop, literally. And so, unfortunately, you get logged into something. You know, I mean, it can be when you're young, it can be when you're older, but you can shift it, given it the right technique.
And that really comes back to Pavlov's conditioning as well, doesn't it? They've got a conditioned reflex response to some of these things. I've also seen that in some people, though, that they tend to be closing off their emotions. So, for example, they may be getting like a butterfly feeling in their guts, or they may well be getting a spider sensation in their gut. But then they tend to try and block that. They try and ignore those symptoms. And because they aren't dealing with that at the root cause, it's causing all kinds of other issues.
Yeah, what it is, it's protection, you see. There's fight, flight, or freeze. Now, unfortunately, I'm a fighter. If I see anybody messing around with it, say a woman, and I'll just start and say, knock it off and drive them away. But that's me. Other people will see something going on and they'll run like hell to get out of the way, and other people will freeze. So it depends upon the individual. So you're talking about like a freeze type thing. In other words, oh, I'll ignore it. Well, it's no good. Get shut of it if you can, because that is not you. That's going to cause you more problems. But you've got to watch out for the fight, flight, or freeze. There's just
with people that are conditioned in that way, are they also blocking themselves off from getting into a state of really feeling into their hearts, or really feeling a sense of peace of mind during like yoga and meditation?
Peace of mind on yoga, yoga meditation is the thing. And when you're telling people to think of something that's really nice, for example, which is for my hypnosis, if you like, and you say, well, think of a time when you were really, really, really relaxed, and they've got their eyes shut, because otherwise their eyes are thinking, what's going on here? So you've got them with their eyes closed, and you say, really, really relaxed. Now, imagine this, imagine that, imagine that. With the breathing that you do and the movements, stretch, you've got it cracked. It's really good. So what you do is whatever you're good at, like if it's good at massaging thing, and you can realize that, you know, skin problem, this problem, that problem, and then you combine other things in, breathing specifically, whatever you do, don't stop breathing. It's no good for you. So it'll just work for everybody, because you can, not pinching bits, but if somebody's got this that works, try it and use it for the benefit of the person.
In particular, now two of you are here, I wanted to ask you two things. First one you have touched upon, the breathing meditation, so how that specific type can work. And second is go back onto the brain gut axis. It's very common now used. So this brain and the gut brain, and people use it. So, you know, how do we tease it out, and how we use it effectively to have that intuition and magnify it, because a lot of people shut that feeling.
If it's in your gut, go with your gut. End the conversation. Clever bit of kit. Producers in your gut, all the food that you eat, obviously comes through the liver, everything else. Eventually it gets in the gut, and that gut goes, put this here, put that there, put that there. This is what you need. You're short of this. Eat something else. Eat proper food or whatever. Now, the thing with this is that if you don't drink water or whatever for 7 days, you're normally dead. Right? I think it's 70% or 80% of water in your body. Now, with food, if you don't eat food for 25 days, you're normally dead. Now, a lot of gurus used to go up the mountains, right, and fast for X amount of days. And they'd be, when they're coming near to death, they're going on to another bloody level, another planet, if you like. So they get all this information in, then they come down, and like the Buddhas or something like that, they give all that information out and try and help people. So your body is a funny piece of kit, but doing yoga and doing massage and whatever combination of what people are good at, but picking other bits up that they can use is great.
You're telling that it's a fantastic thing. I haven't heard that before, that these people, they go into kind of samadhi or whatever, doing yoga or meditation, particularly meditation, and they can live for like weeks, months, some of them for years without any food, without even moving.
Yeah, they're on a different planet, right? They're on the next one up or the one above that. It's not for me, but some of it's been known that they've actually buried people in the ground just to prove a point. Yeah. So they've buried a guru, in the ground, covered him up, beggared off, come back, probably about 26 days or 20 odd days later, dig him up, and he's still alive. So what the hell is he breathing when he's been buried under all this muck? Don't know. In other words, he has transposed himself into this world to say, when I'm ready and he dig me back up, come back in. Never done that myself, so I wouldn't know what the feeling was like.
It's amazing.
But it's been done over thousands of years with gurus have gone and they've walked thousands and thousands of miles and they help people. They try and teach them a level of happiness. And sometimes they have to show off a bit by showing them they can go anywhere they like.
Well, what is your take on this? Because for me, it brings me back to the 5 kosha levels in yoga that we tend to see. So we've just moved past the Annamaya kosha, and the Manomaya kosha, which is the body and the mind, and we're into a sense of prana. We're into a sense of oxygen, and to just be able to nourish the body, the mind, the soul, literally everything, just through oxygen. Which is the next level.
Well, that's fine, but you see what happens with the gurus, you don't even need that. They bury them. I mean bury them because it's been proven in India, for example, they've actually buried a guy. It doesn't come out any fatter, by the way. You bury him, cover him in earth, and then you come and dig him on. There's no kidology about it. It's actually done. And you think, how the heck does he do that? So how is he breathing when there's no oxygen coming through the soil? Or is he tuned in enough that he can breathe oxygen through the soil? You don't know. You have to go there to find the show.
From what I understood, and that again does not match completely with our medical science, is this is like transcendental meditation. So they have soul which has left the body. They've taken the soul away. This is just a physical body, and that doesn't have any metabolism. Metabolism is frozen.
In Chinese medicine, they call Shen, right? And the Shen are the spirit bodies, spirit world. And the Shen can go out of the body and travel. So in other words, your spirit has gone out the body and traveled, but it can then come back in, right, if it wants. Now, lots of them do it while they're asleep. They travel and heal people. I went around the spiritual churches about, must be 60 years ago right now. And this guy turns around, he looks at me, I'll be about 20 somewhere. He goes, "Oh, you're a healer." I thought he saw through his backside, pardon the expression. And oh no, so I went on this circle then for this spiritual stuff. Yeah, great. And they said, "Oh, you could travel of an evening time when you're asleep and heal people." So I was dragging these blobs of horrible blooming slime out of this black pit, put them on a bench and talking to them, and they were changing into women. In other words, what that was for, I don't know. Anyway, this got a bit heavy for me. I thought, oh my heck, this is scary. So I went back to see the guy who led the group, and I said, look, I'm going out of a night, and I said, I'm getting these blobs of horrible slimy stuff out the thing, put them on a chair and change them to women. And he went, I said, what should I do? Because if anything, it was a bit scary, or, and he said, oh, well, next time you're out traveling, he said, go and ask. So I thought, okay, I'll do that. I went out, and there's this shimmering body in a big wingback chair. Why a wingback chair, I don't know. And it was neither like, there's no real gender to them, but it was just, and so I said, all I said was dead straight. I'm going to this, and I said, I've come to ask what I should do. And this being, telepathy, of course, said, you know what to do. And I thought, blooming right, I'm not doing it anymore. And I cut off. Now, that was probably a mistake on my part, because it scared the socks off me. I'm only about 20 odd then. Scared the socks off me. And about 10 years later, I'm in this book, reading through all this stuff. And there's a nun who was writing a book on this thing. And there's these blobs exactly the way I'd seen them. And I thought, close the book. So I must have been frightened at the time. And it probably scared the pants off me now as well, but I don't do that anymore.
It's a wonderful thing if one can really practice. I've seen, I've met some people who actually have done that, and the feeling they have is immense, and it's a different, like it's a heaven on earth, because they have that body control, but it needs years and years of practice.
Oh yeah, you've got it. It's like that, and you see it frightened the socks off me. It was only about 21, something like that. So I thought, what's happening here? So I stopped, which is probably an error on my part, I don't know. Now, by the same token, they've got 2 Shen, which go up to heaven, spirits, and they've got 7 Po in Chinese medicine, and the 7 Po are earthly spirits attached to the body. And then when the body dies, this is just, I've sent something over on that. When the body dies, it goes into the ground. The Po ground, the other ones, Shen, go up to heaven. Well, I'd call it heaven, So there's a whole mixed bag of stuff, really.
That sounds to me a little bit similar to astral traveling.
It is astral traveling, yeah. But see, you can give anything a name, and with the Chinese, they give it the Shen, which is a spirit, which goes out of a night and can do what it likes, heal people a lot. Now, with the other religions, they say it's astral traveling, it's spirit traveling, so they call it spirits like that. Well, what's in a name, as long as it can be done? Because we've all got it, we've all got the ability of it, but do we really want to do that? If it's like you said, Rajiv, about the guy or the guys who do it, they're homed in and they really want to do it. Good luck to them.
So then, is that similar to saying that we know what our purpose is? Like, we already know the answers to the questions that we're seeking. We just need to tune into that wisdom and to really be able to listen to ourselves.
All you need to do, if you're getting any spiritual sort of input, listen to it, but ask them questions. And one of the things being, apparently, don't hold me to this because it never happened to me, you could be doing this spiritual thing and some crackpot spirit would get in and start bending your ear. And then people say, oh, he's gone mad, hasn't he? Not necessarily. It's like, if you've got a mobile phone, right, when you've got it switched off, you can't hear anything. That's a different frequency when it's switched on. You can hear sound. You can hear people talking. I've seen young women, God bless you, like you, walking down the streets with headphones in, and they're going, bah, 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 and having a conversation. I think, what? And they've got the phone in the pocket and not realised it. You also get people who have gone on that astral trip and they haven't got any phones and they can hear things and they can feel things and they can sense things and they can see things. Great, because you can help them as well if they've got a problem.
So then is that similar to, because to some extent, is that similar to frequencies and looking at different frequencies, looking at different vibrations, because different emotions will have different vibrations?
Yeah, it's a you got a lot of people who are classified as mental cases. That's what they say on the rough, but psychological cases. Unfortunately, something that's happened when they're very, very young has triggered it. So then they're talking to this or what, or they can see fairies, or they can see this, and then you get classified as schizophrenic or this, that, and they're in a box. Then they're in that box for the rest of their life, and somebody, instead of somebody asking them all about it, and then find out first of all if they want to get out of it or they want to stay as they are. There's a lot of spiritualists are like actually can hear things, and things come in from here, another vibration. And but then there's a lot of people who think they're spiritualists and they're not doing a nice job. They're messing about. So
it's really like a Pandora's box, isn't it?
It's like a what?
Pandora's box.
Oh yeah. Well, there's quantum healing as well. You see, you can send healing out to people quantum wise, and it works. I mean, the first time I did that, was a guy said to me, he said, "Can you do anything for my friend?" And we're in this blinking hotel thing, having a meal. And I said, "Well, what's up with him?" He said, "Well, he's in a mental hospital and he's starving himself to death," which a lot of people do, you see. And I said, "Well, with all due respect, I'm not going to let somebody like me go into a mental hospital without a qualification in psychiatric bloody care or whatever to see somebody." And he went, "Oh no, can you do it from here?" So I said, "Yeah, okay, I'll send the vibes out to him." So, vibes, that's an old-fashioned term because I'm old. Quantum healing. And so I sent it out that he starts eating again. So I didn't see the guy for this fellow who asked me to do it for about 3 months. And I said, "By the way, how did you make it?" And I said, "Oh, he's out." I said, "So he's cured?" "Yeah." I said, "Oh, that's fine. That's fantastic." Because he hadn't come back to me, told me. Apparently it was only a week or so later that he started eating properly. And he said, "But can you do anything for him?" And I said, "Such as what?" And he said, "He's buying a yacht and a Mercedes car." I said, "Well, all due respect, that's his bloody privilege, isn't it?" I said, "If he's got money to buy that, whether it's on HP or whether it's cash," I said, I think he's spending too much." He said, "That is his privilege." So what he wanted me to do with that, I don't know. Perhaps he wanted me to send a few of the mates around to print his car. So
you've got to push the thoughts out a little bit further before we can actually then start to regulate as well. But it also goes to show that our thoughts are creating vibrations in themselves. Our thoughts carry energy, and therefore it's like emotion into motion. We've got to be careful with what it is that we're putting out there, with what it is that we're creating.
You never send out any bad things.
Right.
There's a guy who's an international guy all over the blooming world, setting these big events up and things like that. And he rings me and says, "Hey Chris," he said, "I'm thinking about under psychic attack." I said, "Oh, what's happened?" So he's in Mexico and he falls down these steps and really hurts himself. Then he's in another place and the same thing's happened. I said, "Great." I said, "I'll give you the dead simple mantra." I said, "Doesn't do the other people any harm." I said, "But it gets shut of whoever's putting the bad vibes out to you." And he only did it once, no more problems. So there's things like that you can do by giving it to the person who says the words to get shut of the rubbish, because words are energy. Right? There used to be in the Bible, they blew the horns and the walls of Jericho fell down. It's because the vibration is just at that frequency. Opera singers, I can't do it. And a wine glass smashes. That's because they've got the frequency of that glass and they can't take it. It smashes. So sound is a very, very powerful piece. That's why when you ask people for words, that word is a sound, even though they're not saying it at the time. So it works.
So it's like our thoughts create our beliefs, and our beliefs create our reality.
Well, no, you don't need to. No, not really. You're given the help. Help. It's a sound. So you ask for help. Well, it's going to be there somewhere. A lot of people create their own fear and their own thing by dwelling on it and looping it like doop, 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 doop all the time. Then they got locked in where they really want to stay there. Who are you to argue? You can't, because you don't really want to come out of that. They think it's like PTSD. If you get somebody who doesn't want to go out of PTSD, who are you to alter that individual? But if he says he wants to, you find out what it was and the word that encapsulates it, because otherwise you can, well, tell me this and tell me that and tell me that. And he's loaded down with more rubbish. Come back next week. You may as well do it in a bloody day. Well, not a day, in a few hours.
So it's up to the individual which ball game they want to be playing, and if they're really ready to make that change.
Yeah, if they thought that, see, what happens, it's all that it's difficult, and it is difficult because they've got all the problems, you know. But the only thing you can do is ask them questions. One question: what is the word? Oh, the Bible. First, there was the word, and the word said, "Let there be light." Now, if that's not a blooming big bang and a flash, I don't know. So how was the world generated in the first place? You don't know. But right from old biblical times, there's this kind of thing with sound, words, and what they mean. And you'll never get to the bottom of all of them. You just do the best you can.
It's wonderful because through the integration, we have used like various branches, as you say, yoga, Ayurveda, and we have included music therapy in it. It looks like sound itself is a separate being. And as you say, words make your body heal.
Yeah, well, it's like an example. The word no. Right. There was a fellow, I forget his name now. He was a hypnotist, clinical hypnotist, doctor as well, in America. And he was in one of these iron lungs for a good while when he was a kid. And he used to watch everybody and listen to everybody. And he'd come up with umpteen words or umpteen sounds for the word no. And he'd go, no. Or, oh, no. Now, right away, one is aggressive and the other one is, oh, no, helpful. And he's umpteen of the blooming things. He come up and says, he's studied everybody for years while he's been in the iron lung and picked up on every little reaction and every sound he made. And he then become, we call them MDs over here, don't we? Or GPs. I forget what you call them over there. And he was a really well-known guy at the top of the list on hypnotherapy. Now, as well as being a medical doctor. And then there's a fellow called Bandler and Grindler come about. And I think there was a ban on using hypnosis because there was a lot of people using it for bad things. And you could only deliver that to patients if you were a GP. So Bandler and Grindler got together. Bandler was a bit of a naughty boy. Grindler was a linguistic guy. So he went and studied all the top hypnotists over in America. And then because they wanted to make money on it, they called it neuro thinking, linguistic talking therapy. And that was what was come out now. And there's lots of it being taught out there. NLP. Or yeah, it's another form of hypnosis.
Can I ask a question last? So I think we are just coming to the end. It's really fantastic to hear all that. It's just like you mentioned about the word quantum healing.
Yeah.
How does it work in theory that, I have heard different definitions of it. Some people say it's your energy that's kind of traveling beyond biology, beyond the atomic level, and then beyond illness and disease, and trying to harmonize into a solid substance which is in alignment.
Mm.
And that is something like sensible, but does it really work? Because I'm thinking from my medical hat, how we bring it together, because that's one of the efforts.
Yeah.
To try
yeah, I mean, it's difficult to try and band things together. What you've got to realize, if you're thinking it, there's no words. It's thought transference, right? Radio waves. First World War, sorry, I'm old. They built radar stations in England to watch where the German planes were coming from. And they had guys walking around protecting them, soldiers. And they were all dropping dead. So then they thought, what's going on here? So they then realized that the radio waves, which you can't see, you can't feel, you can't hear, were killing them, destroying their organs. So they put them up on bloody big, it was brick and concrete, up above where the soldiers are. So the radiation went out at that height, right? Because it was up in the sky to get the airplanes. So that was one thing, which, think of it as radio waves. So if you think the thought, but the thought is for goodness, right? Like these other clowns were trying to put their mate down, making them fall down the stairs in bloody Mexico. That's bad thoughts, but it's still only thoughts. They're not there. They're putting this bad energy out. So quantum healing or quantum energy is there for good and for bad, yin and yang again. But if you're thinking and concentrating on something to heal people, and you want that person to be healed, yeah, that's the only thing about it. You just get the person's name, so you've got the name in the head, and you send that information out. And
does that person need to tune in you as well? So like you have tuned in and focused.
Yeah, well, what you do is you focus on the person's name and what they said that the person needs. So the person needs to stop starving themselves to death, in one instance. The other fellow wanted these, as he thought, people who were getting at him through the psychic route, which is a form of quantum stuff, but not healing. So I give him the actual very, very brief meditation to not say, we could say it out loud if you wanted, but just to send it to them. So that stopped.
You keep talking. He's just showing the next
festival. Going to somebody else now.
No.
So primarily, it's all about you. First of all, if you're sitting here, you'll get a thought. End of conversation. Where did the thought come from? Here. So therefore, that thought that you want somebody else to get for niceness, to stop killing themselves, send the intent out. Intent. And you don't have to say it, you just say it in your mind. Difficult to think, but it does work.
It's amazing, and I've experienced it.
Sorry?
I'm just saying
it's all about perceptions of reality.
Sorry, say that again.
Is it all about then having perceptions of reality?
No.
I think it's more than that. It's kind of tuning in.
All it is you see, what is reality? In my day, right, there was no TV. Now it's a reality. It's there. I'm looking at one now, if you like. Now, so therefore, thought waves and sound waves have always been a reality. In the earliest days, around about 1800 or something, the first radio transmission was done from Liverpool University, but this other guy nicked it, and then within a very short period of time, they were running signals under the Atlantic Ocean with cables. They don't need cables now. do they? They send it by radar or they send it by whatever. Now they're going down to 5G level as well. And what's that for? I do not know. But that's a higher frequency again. And one of the problems being you can get frequencies that will actually ban people on it. You send a disc out, the Americans have got it on top of these bloody big things, and it sends the radio. You can't see the signal. None like hell. I mean, if they up the pressure, it'd probably kill them. But just to test it, they're trying it on groups of people, and it works. You can't see it.
Then humans have the ability to create whatever it is that they want to create.
Sorry?
Humans have the ability to create whatever it is that they want to create.
That's a shame, yeah, because you see, you can create something for good, and you can then nick it and do bad with it, which is a shame. Because drones, for example, I was trying to help people in the university, and this guy comes to me in 1998. This, and he said, "I've got this idea, drones." I said, "Okay, well, how far down the line are you with it?" He said, "Well, oh shit, I haven't got it fully. What's the name?" I said, "Nah." I said, "Go to America." I said, there was a professor of everything in a university in London. I said, in 1956, he had come up with a satellite idea, and he tried in England till 1960 to get the money to do it and get it going. He went to America, and in 1962, not only had he bloody got it built, he had it flying up in the air. And he went, oh, okay. I'm thinking, good. What he wanted this to do was fly along a pipeline in Arabia where there was an oil break, you know, in one of the pipes, now thousands of miles long. So where's the break in the pipe? Quicker to fly something along with spots in, then he can fly helicopters in to fix it, saving millions of pounds in oil, you know, money away. So that was his idea. And now we just see drones now, weapons on, shooting people, killing people. So AI is very good, but you've got to keep your pressure on a little bit. And that's a personal thing. 1998, soft lad told him to go and get a drone in America. And what did the Americans do? Weaponize it and kill people. His was totally for good.
Excellent. I think it's super. It was one of the most wonderful sessions we had. I think there's a lot to learn. Most of people would really want to see it again and again to get it. Here is our next event, singing and festive fun, because that's like our Christmas time. So that's on 18th of December, 2 o'clock onwards. Have fun, great time. Again, thank you very much, Chris, Riddy. And I'm pretty sure we all enjoyed it, as well as Ish Sharma was here, Mridu was here. You know, it's just each of them have contributed so well. And Mukesh, I think this is something we should nurture. I think today we have brought all of them together a little bit more.
Yeah, because they've all got gifts. They all want to give the gift for the goodness of other people. Can't beat it.
Thank you very much. Again, let's pray for all once again. Sarve bhavantu sukhina. Sarve santu niramaya. Sarve bhadrani pashyantu. Ma kaschid dukbhag bhavet. Thank you so much. Have a great